Radio check.
I'm your spotter for today.
Watch the track limits, please, Rob. Ten minutes remaining, 10 minutes. Watch these track limits, please, Rob. Fastest lap for Hildebrand, 224.64. P11. Alright Rob, you've got 10 minutes of fuel remaining. Sector 2 is 0.7 off the pace. That's your best lap in this session. Sector 3 is 0.2 off the pace. That's 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes. Yellow flag, caution, the leader has just done a 220.77. White flag mate, you're 0.2 off the pace in sector 1. Okay Rob, you've used half your fuel. Sector 2 is a second off the pace. Yellow flag. 10th position. Sector 3 time is quick. Come on, track limits, that's another cut. Okay Rob, we estimate you've got 5 minutes of fuel remaining. The leader has just done a 220.44. That's 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. We're running on fumes, mate. Yellow flag. Watch out. Checkered flag's out. P10. White flag, yellow flag, keep your wits about you, mate. The air temp is 24 Celsius. Okay, Rob, stay calm, focus. Green, green, green.
Car on your right. Hold your line. Still there. Clear on your right. On your right. All clear on the right. Car right. Clear on your right. On your left. Still there. Careful, still there. Hold your line. Clear on the left side. Careful, car on your left. Clear left.
B13.
Careful, car on your right. Clear right. Car right. All clear on the right. On your right. Clear on your right.
P12. No, Rob. Come on, mate. Defend your position.
Easy, car on your left. Easy, hold your line. Careful, you're in the middle. You're all clear. Car on your right. Careful, still there. Still there. Hold your line. Clear right.
The gap in front is now 2.0. The gap to Francis behind is now 1.5. P11. Okay, Rob, you're gaining on the guy in front. The gap is 1.5.
Car on your left. You're clear left.
Good move, mate. P11. The gap ahead is now 0.8. P11.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
There's an incident in Stavlo. The leader's just done a 219.87. P9. The gap behind is now 0.50. Alright Rob, just keep hitting your marks, this is looking good. E9. There's an incident in ROG. E9. Your lap times are improving. This is exactly what we need. The gap behind is now 1.0 seconds. That was 2:21.74. The lap time was at 2:22.39. P9. The gap behind is now 1.0, P8.
On your right. Clear right.
P8.
Car on your right. Hold your line. Easy. Hold your line. Clear on your right. Car right. Still there. Easy. Hold your line. All clear on the right.
That's half fuel. You've used half your fuel. You're pulling away from the guy behind. The gap's now 2.1 seconds. 7th position. P7. P7. What's your speed limit in the pits? Okay, Rob. Expect traffic on exit. On exit, we should be in position 19. Close between P4 and Strauss.
Richard Strauss is putting in some exceptionally quick laps in the Ferrari at the moment. Is going out, so this is possibly a driver change that's happened as he exits and comes back out onto the track. Car kind of still looks the same, so it's still a bit dirty, but there's no real damage, so I wouldn't say I'd say there was possibly a repair that was done. And as he comes out, you can see Strauss in the background coming over the top of Radian in his Ferrari. And he's coming up now to put a lap on Horn in his Ferrari. So position-wise, nothing else much happening. No changes. The gaps are pretty static between all the cars. Oh dear. So we've got a 10-second penalty being handed out to car 52. That's Jaco Pretorius. He is currently in last place, 2 laps down, but I think he possibly had this Ferrari is looking a little bit worse for wear, but he might have come back on track in front of the leaders, possibly. So there's been a penalty handed down there, but all drivers are warned about poor track re-entry. If you do have an excursion, only come back onto the racing line when it's safe to do so. But that's the first penalty that I've seen in an hour. So I think that also goes to show how disciplined everybody is at the moment, and they're all behaving the rules of the race, so to speak. Gary Richardson in the other Lamborghini, who was struggling early on in the race, down in 18th, 19th place, he's consistently lapping now and has driven himself up into 13th place. Whereas Oosthuizen in the other Lamborghini is still struggling down in 19th place. So they've separated quite substantially on the track. Richardson clearly getting a handle on the handling of the Lambo Huracan GT3. And our man Stephen Koenig also doing well, up into 17th place now. So also just lapping consistently, not falling off and not doing anything wrong. Let everybody else have a moment or 3 and you'll make up position. So keep it up, Steve, you're doing awesome there. Sabanda in the BMW has dropped down to 21st place, and he has been in the pit, so I think he did a pit stop that we didn't see. Raymond Duggan now in the pits, so from 10th place Raymond is coming in for his pit stop as Bernard Peters goes over the start finish line, and he's quite a way through at 24 laps and a good 10 seconds up the road from Johan van Rensburg. And Boerta in the Bentley is also in the pit. So here we go on the hour literally with the first main pitters. Raymond Duggan in the Aston, and I should, if everything goes according to plan, our driver name changes should change. So we'll see the driver changes happen. It's also going to catch me out because there are different drivers in the cars. Water also in the pits, and these cars are static and standing for a long time, so clearly they're brimming it. Duggan down to 12th as Richardson goes past in the Lambo, and our lead is in the pits. So Bernard Peters, literally with 1.5 minutes to spare to the race hour, he comes into the pits. In the McLaren, as I see further up the road, Duggan starts rolling in his Aston Martin, and Buerta's also moving, and Peters comes to his stop and stops. So Peters in the pits, Gendre's gone past, and we now have our official second leader of the race, Johan van Rensburg, in his Lambo. Although he has 3 cars right immediately in front of him, including our fellow commentator Steve Koenig, who now is the leader right up behind him, so he's going to have to make way as soon as it is safe to do so. And then ahead of him a Ferrari, as Steve moves over and lets him through, and then the Ferrari of, who's that? I think it's Michael Horn's car. No, not Michael Horn, and not Jaco Pretorius. Hildebrandt? Yes, Andre Hildebrandt. He's moved over, and no, he hasn't. Yes, he has. That's Stephen Koenig just up behind him, so he's moved over, and Van Rensburg goes through. Oh, here we go. Everyone's coming into the pits. Peter's in, Sunarayan is in the Audi. And I'm seeing new names come on the board, so the driver changes are taking place. Raymond Duggan, I no longer see him, but I see somebody else in the car. So I'm just going to call the drivers as I see them. I can't say who's in what team. Unfortunately, that wasn't sent to us. In fact, I need to try and get that from Bertus. Shiny ZA on YouTube. I heard we're talking liveries. No, it's no custom liveries, just in-game custom liveries, the color schemes that they allow to use, but they won't. People are not running custom logos and stuff like that, Shani. Okay, dokes. Jean, let's see where he is. He still doesn't come in. So the Aston is quite economical and has now run 2 laps past the previous car, who I've already forgotten who it was because the driver changes happened. Rekord Strauss in the pits, Jaco Westhuizen, Marius Skillman. Jason Luck moves up into 5th place, so he's running long in his Ferrari. Jaco Westhuizen also running long in his Aston Martin. Rekord Strauss is in the pits in the the Singer Kessel Racing Ferrari, the Asian Ferrari GT3, so there'll be a change there, as is Morne Deploy's Ferrari, the red car. I don't see any drive-through penalties being issued, so everyone's obeying the speed pit limiters. So right now is the first bit of chaos as far as the race goes, because positions are going to chop and change all over the place. I'm going to just go quiet for a bit. I need to get a message through to Bertus and see if I can get the entry list from him so I can match names up with teams. I'll be back with you shortly.
Well, I can tell you, Jay van Rensburg had to work hard to get past the back markers and trying to accelerate away, while Hildebrandt, myself, and Kruger were duking it out with Jaco Pretorius going and riding it behind us. So that's had to work incredibly hard. Luckily, no damage, but definitely some hard work on his part.
Steve, thanks for that. Yeah, we didn't see that. We saw a little bit of it as the leader was going through earlier. I can tell you Van Rensburg is going past for another lap, so the Aston Martin is literally brimmed and some, and has run now 3 laps longer than the race leader earlier. I've got I don't know, I have asked Bertus to send it to me. I've got a S Bud in a McLaren. I'm not, let me see if that is the same car. Shane Budd. Yes, it is. So Shane Budd was the leading McLaren, the green and gold McLaren. So they have done their first pit and they are out in a net 5th place. So that goes to show the pace of the leading cars. They've had pit stops and managed to come out inside the top 5, top 10 already. So the 4 cars ahead of them being Van Rensburg, Oosthuizen, Luck and Richardson, all 4 of them, Richardson in the Lamborghini I might add, who we saw earlier down in 13th, currently in 4th, they all still need to pit. So at the moment the net leader is Shane Budd in the McLaren, who's currently sitting in 5th position. Everybody below him has pitted except for Hildebrandt in his Ferrari, and yourself, Steve, in your Aston, currently sitting in 11th position. And Oosthuizen now in the pits in the Lamborghini down in 16th. So that has everybody in the correct positions. I'm hoping that Bertus picks this up, because I'd like to get the list, the official team name list. It'll help for me to associate who was the opening stint drivers and who are the teams and so on.
Now the factor comes in, you've changed drivers, you've got a fresh driver that hasn't started the race, now is in the race. What is going to be the main thing? Oh, in deploy, off at the final bend, and it looks like Hildebrand had to take a evasive action right there as well. Sure, a bit of a race there, but now that guys have now changed out to their second drivers, a lot of focus has to come in. I think it's a bit harder for the second drivers because they out of the rhythm and they've got to try and get that rhythm back.
Oh yes, 100%. We just caught Morna deploy as he kind of recovered in the pit lane, and he's in the pits, and it looks like he was due for a pit stop anyway because he was still on 5. So I think he just mistimed it or did something wrong, but he's in the pits. But yeah, as you say, new drivers are coming in. They haven't been in the car for an hour, so they are now going to have their turn, so to speak, with a fully loaded car, heavy, and need to settle down and get the butterflies out the way and get on with the race. And you know, if you're in close proximity with some other cars, it's now these guys' turn to sort themselves out and get us stable and settled as quickly as possible. Van Rensburg still carrying on, as is Oosthuizen and Luck and Richardson. So first, second, third, fourth are still the first drivers from the opening stint, and they've gone over an hour 2 minutes since race start. So they're all literally going to be down to fumes or a few litres left in the car, and we'll see when they come in for their pit stops. Shane Budd, who, as I say, is the net leader in 5th place, he is 8 seconds off the back of Richardson in his Lambo, who still needs to pit. So he's already close to some cars ahead of him, and I doubt he'll have to negotiate passing, because I'm sure they'll all be coming into the pit soon. But yeah, there's changes abound. There's literally all the names have changed on the drivers listing, except for our man Stephen Koenig, and the first 4 leaders. Martin Joubert, who normally joins us on the YouTube channel, is in the car down in 17th place in a Lexus. So I'm not sure who his team partner is, but I'll get that listing shortly, I hope. Hang on, here we go. Right, he's going to send it to me.
You ask and you shall receive.
Shall receive. Okay. Sure, as I said, that Bud has literally just, Van Rensburg's getting some terrible things. He's flicking into the red, and he's our leader, so hopefully he doesn't have a problem. Jaco Oosthuizen into the pits from second place, so he's the first to blink of the last guys to pit. Jason Luck in third, and I'll tell you, Shane Budd is already up into fourth place, as Richardson in the Lambos had a moment somewhere. The front of the Lamborghini is looking really second hand, so he's had a spin and fallen out of fourth, down one position, and he was 8 seconds up the road, as I said, not even a minute or two ago from Bud. He's now 5 seconds behind, so it was clearly an issue for the Lamborghini. It's not commentator's curse, no one can blame me for that, forget it. Hildebrandt further back in 12th place in his Ferraris in the pits, and Jason Luck also rolls into the pits in his Ferrari, so that'll also be a driver change. So Bud should now progress up into second place, and the last man we're waiting for is Jean van Rensburg. Checking the YouTube channel, Wynand van der Linde, Lekker Wilde Wester Sheriff, and Philip Minnow. Philip, welcome and thanks for joining.
I see a lot of love for Bud in the chat as well, so glad to see some race support for the drivers out there.
Yeah, Mensch Gaming shouting for Shane Budd. Car 44 was the previous leader, so yep, we're on top of that. As we see our first drive through, which is Hansen, that's been issued to car 71. That'll have been excuse me, for speeding in the pit lane, and they are in 14th place, so that's Chantal Hansen who's driving this car. I recognize Chantal, one of our lady drivers from our Simrace South Africa leagues. She's in with somebody, and whoever, I don't know, either drove into the pits or gave her the car, she pulled off and changed gears and probably sped, and so she's unfortunately received a drive through. As our leader comes in, so here we go, Jean's in the pits. So Jean's going to now drive a change, I think, as Bud now bumps up into second place. Luck is busy rolling out the pits. He's handed the car over, and our screen will refresh after sector 1 with whoever that is in that car. So Shane Budd doing really well as the replacement driver for the leading car. Has done a pile of laps already. He's probably well settled. Tire temperatures are good. The lights are on. Time is 20 past 5. Temperature still pretty, well, a little bit lower, 23 degrees, ambient 26, track temperature, and still cloudy. Kylo De Pinto on YouTube, go Bud, everyone shouting for Shane Budd. He's got a huge amount of support here. Eddie Francis also there, good luck to the MNR teams. And Wynand van der Linde shouting, let's go JP number 3, you got it, but car number 3, there's no car number 3. Right, so Wynand, who's the driver that you're shouting for? Please tell us. JP. Hansen comes into the pits to do a drive-through. Van Rensburg still in the pits. Rolling has just exited the pits. Where is Shane Budd? Shane Budd's going through a Rouge and over Radian. As Van Rensburg goes over the top of Radian and out the pits, they're next to each other, and the McLaren's coming past. They're going up Kemmel Straight next to each other. So this goes to show, wow, that gap was 20 something seconds. It is now 0.3 of a second between first and second. So Shane Budd goes into the lead in the McLaren, but the Lexus, at least the Aston, has come back up from a far back 20-second delay before the first pit stops. They're right there. They're 0.59 of a second, so half a second back after that pit stop. So the Aston running longer has definitely helped them to close the gap back up to first place. Van Nevenhuizen, JP in third place, in the Singer Ferrari. So that is back out in net third, where it was just prior to the pit stop. Redan Fenter is in fourth place in the other Aston Martin that was also in fourth place, and Gerard Pretorius in the Lexus in fifth place, not too far back, only 1.5 seconds off the back of Verstappen in the Aston. So, and De Beer, Marcel De Beer is in the Sooner Rain Audi, so they're in sixth place, more or less where they were earlier. So all the positions kind of pretty static, except Steve Koenig, who's amazingly up into 8th place, but is yet to do his driver change. Steve, you're going to run out of petrol, and I'm going to have to send a tow truck to fetch you at this rate, buddy.
There is lots of lights flashing. That's all I can tell you at this point. Okay. I've got Griffenberg behind me, so he's going to get round me and make up the headway. He's actually been a hell of a lot quicker, so he's really on the hunt to go for that first place and try and open up the gap. So great racing there. So far, if you put it in weight, I'm going to be finishing up with under 3 kgs, and that's use of 120 liters of fuel. So it really does show how much weight this fuel actually adds.
Yeah.
And thankfully, I drove a setup that, run it heavy and it's fine.
Oof, I tell you what, you almost had Gravenberg in the back of your car. He had a huge tank slapper out of that corner, and he was literally in the back of your Aston as you guys came through Stavelot. So he's fallen back. You've got a bit of breathing space, but when are you pitting? Are you coming in now, or are you going to run some more?
I'm going to come in now, because otherwise you're going to be sending that tow truck to me.
Cool.
So Berg, have fun, mate. Go for the win.
As Steve moves over and lets Griffenberg go past, and Steve now focusing for his pit stop, pit limiter and all of that. So back up to our official leader now, Shane Budd, doing awesomely well in the green and gold McLaren. Car looking a bit dirty already, a lot of the marble stuck all over the side of the car. Yes, I had a little beepy now, so somebody's in here with me. Right, we're still waiting for the official entry list to come through here. Bertus said he's going to send that through to me on the YouTube. Jean-Jacques Smith also shouting for Bud. So yeah, sure we. So heap of support for for Shane Budd in the McLaren. Random van der Linde 488. He's shouting for his brother, who is in the Ferrari, Jay van Nieuwenhuizen. All right, so excellent, up into third place. They're definitely on it. The Zinga XD on YouTube. Oi, Bud, bring my some KFC please later. Love it. Great English there. So people expecting some KFC delivery from our leader, Shane Budd, and he is. We've got Janssen van Vieren now in the Aston Martin now up into back into second place, but falling off the pace. He was half a second after his pit stop. He's now 3.1 seconds back, so showing the pace difference between the two drivers, but clearly a lot quicker at this time of the race, lapping much quicker at the moment than Van Vieren. Van Nieuwenhuizen, shown all alone in the Ferrari, is a good 27 seconds back, just coming up over the start finish line and through La Source Hairpin now. Yeah, 27 seconds down the road from Van Vieren in third place, and then Pretorius 4 seconds back behind him in fourth place in the Lexus. So he's having a pretty quiet race, but the Singer Kessel Racing Ferrari looking amazing, and Ferrari is well balanced for Spa. Further down the pits, down the leaderboard, Kurt Glashagen in 11th place in the first and only Porsche on the track at the moment, and that looking good. Also a bit of rubber all over the front of the car and on the sides. Kurt Glashagen currently in the 11th place, 15 seconds off the back of Altman Buerta in the Bentley, and Farai Sibanda, who was almost second last earlier with the BMW, he's been out and been very stable and possibly is driving on his own, but he's still in the car in the BMW, and they're in 12th place, and he's 3.8 seconds off the back of Glashagen, as you can see it coming up the Kemmel Straight. Martin Joubert, my normal YouTube visitor, in 13th place, and Martin Joubert in the big V8 throbbing Lexus, 7.3 seconds back behind Sibanda in the BMW. Car's looking good, don't see any damage anywhere, and he's up the back of a Ferrari. I think it is... It's not Hildebrand, it's Horn. Is it Horn? Yeah, Michael Horn's SMP Racing Ferrari. So similar then to Stephen Koenig, who's doing this drive on his own, or unless the drivers are running longer stints. Sibanda hasn't done a driver change, Richardson hasn't done a driver change, Hildebrand hasn't, Horn hasn't, and maybe a few others further down the field. So there's a good couple of drivers here that they might be running. There's no compulsory, oh, you've got to do 3 hours and your teammate must do 3 hours. As far as I understand it, there's no limitation. So for instance, Horn could do 5 hours, and then his backup driver could do only 1 hour. It's free for all, but it'll be interesting to see if besides Stephen Koenig, our commentator, who else is actually doing the entire 6 hours on their own. Ooh! And as I say that, Horn gets hit by the Lexus. Who were we following in the Lexus there? It was
I gotta say, when you played that ad from ASUS ROG, I started writing my Christmas list, and that's one thing. We're glad to have a massive sponsor like that, and also some prizes on the line for the teams that do well. Yes. So that is one thing I think every single one of the drivers from Pro and Am are really looking forward to.
Yeah, definitely. I know there's a couple of prizes up for grabs. There's prize money that's been offered. ROG Republic of Gamers, their new gear, it looks amazing. Way back when, like as in just over a year ago, when I had just started in sim racing, I was struggling with an Intel based machine, and I had some issues, and I decided to bite the bullet and invest, and I bought a Republic of Gamers motherboard. I can't tell you what it is now, but it was a current machine. I bought matching high-speed RAM, 32 gigs of RAM that changes rainbow colors. It's all nice and pretty. Nice new case, high-speed hard drive, solid-state drive, 5-6 cooling fans, extractor fans, and this machine with my GPU is a very old 2060 RTX 2060, so nothing new, nothing fancy, and I run triple screens, and I've driven for a year without a blink of a problem with this equipment. So there's no question the Republic of Gamers hardware, Mettlestate stuff, ROG motherboards, and various other bits and pieces, it is designed for what it is designed to do. And besides doing its gaming side perfectly, it also provides a solid working environment, because my rig goes both ways. I've got this bolted onto a table, and I sit here and do my normal work from home as well as my gaming, my live streaming. I've got 4 monitors on this rig actually, and it runs flawlessly, no problems whatsoever. So anybody wondering what next to get, it'll be probably, no question of a doubt, a solid ROG motherboard with a Ryzen processor. Try and match up the frequencies of the motherboard processor and RAM so that you have no bottlenecks, and that machine will look after you for years to come. We've got another pitter here. So Z Kruger from 10th place, Zander Kruger, is in the pits, and there's been a driver change. Christian Fensham, it looks like, is now in the car. So I think there was a driver change, but this car's had 2 pit stops now after 1.5 hours. So I think one was due to an earlier accident. Shane Budd out and about in his green and gold McLaren, starting 35 laps with Ruan Janse van Vieren is in 2nd place, and actually he's now settled down after his entry into the race. Dropped back 2.5 to 3 seconds, might have been traffic, but has closed that gap up back to 1.5 seconds off Bud. And Pretorius, Gerard Pretorius in the Lexus in 3rd place, with Van Nieuwenhuizen in the Ferrari. So here we had a change. I didn't see this. Van Nieuwenhuizen in the Singer Kessel race in Ferrari was in 3rd. He's now in 4th place. He's obviously had a turnaround or a problem somewhere. The car looks okay, besides a lot of rubber all over it. But he must have had a little bit of a moment, because Pretorius in the Lexus has gone past, and there's 12 seconds up the road from him. So there's a position change. Just checking everything else is good to go and everything's alright on YouTube. Sahil Super Sud, hashtag Race Monkey. Looking further down the grid, so Stephen Koenig has pitted and is back out in his 18th, 17th position. So driving around the track close to Andre Hildebrandt and doing well. Steve, you good?
Oh, good. I can tell you that there is a little bit of fatigue starting to come in, which I'm sure the drivers that are doing longer stints are going to start to feel it, and that's in the shoulders.
Yes.
So that's going to be something to keep an eye out for, because now the reaction time starts to go down, and it depends on how long you actually use it. And it actually comes into play if you have more force feedback. Yes, you can feel what the car's doing. You can feel if it's you sneeze in the wrong direction in the game. Yeah. But remember, you're going to be fighting that the whole way around for a longer stint. So we're going to see how that goes with some people, and getting a report that apparently there's a slow car, and it looks like Hildebrandt.
Correct, Hildebrandt just up ahead of you here. It's the white Ferrari is on the start-finish line as you come through the last of the chicanes. Steve, if I can say one thing to you, just drop your shoulders, relax, untension yourself, wiggle them round a little bit and up and down on each shoulder, and just a shoulder cramp or fatigue is not going to be from your rig. It's going to be a tension thing. You scrunched up trying not to spin the car out, so just relax, man. Just enjoy look at the Ardennes forests as you're bombing up the Camel Straight here, and the birds tweeting, and relax. It's all good.
Absolutely, it's a beautiful circuit and very easy to get lost in the scenery. Assetto Corsa has done a fantastic job, Kunos has done a fantastic job of putting the track together with all the majestic detail, not only just the beautiful cars as they come flying past me, but of the actual external scenery. And to tell you, I'm not running an RTX, I'm running a 480 series card, which is a very old card, yes. And I'm still able to play it and enjoy the beautiful graphics. So even though you can have the highest game gear, and you know, ASUS Republica Gamers caters for every single budget,
yeah,
you'll still get to come race with us and enjoy some fantastic racing, beautiful scenery, and absolutely smooth frame rates with a good system and some fun with some great drivers.
Definitely. Steve, just a big update here, and this is big. Ninjatsu has just said Nevenhuizen has just dropped off. So I saw it happen just now, and I thought it was just a bit of a glitch. But JP van Nevenhuizen, who is in the Singer Racing Ferrari, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, that on my timing sheet was in 4th place, is gone off the track. They're no longer on the track at the moment. Yes, they are. They're down in 23rd place now. So I think they've had a disconnect and a reconnect. I'm just going to let my timing screen catch up, because I think they will still maintain how many laps they've done and so on and so forth. So we're going to just wait for them to is this their car yet? No, not yet. It is, but now they're in a different car. So JP van Nevenhuizen, they're now in a brand new, the Hub Auto Racing Ferrari. So they disconnected and they've reconnected, and it's now, it's almost like they've started the race. So I think they're trying to fix the problem, but they are 200 and I beg your pardon, 36 laps back off the leaders after they were, their other name, which is still on the screen, had them in 4th place on the same lap as the leaders. So they're not supposed to be in this car, and I'm not too sure what's happening, but I'm sure they're trying to sort it out with the organizers. However, I think a reconnect has happened, possibly with the wrong car, and so it's detected them as a new entry. That's terrible luck, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens. I don't understand why they're in a different livery car. I mean, they should have come back in the same car they were in. So the reconnect did work.
Well, Pretorius in 3rd place has just lost the car and went towards a wall, so he's got to get it sorted out. Hopefully not too much damage on the car for him.
Oh no, the Lexus, I'm looking at it. It is, the front of it's got a lot of scratches on it. Bonnet's still in place and everything looks good, but he's tiptoeing as they go around the bottom of the track. He's not driving at speed, so Griffinberg in 4th place, and Aston Martin is catching him. Now this is a bit of a drama for the, oh, and somebody turned around behind him. Who is that? Okay, sorry, no, they didn't. So this is Mulder in the Sky Racing Ferrari. So Darryl Mulder is racing with Jason Luck. That I can confirm because I recognize the livery of the car. Okay, so let's see what's happening here, if I can see on the back end.
I've got to ask, Alan, now that the guys are starting to get into the rhythm and you're starting to see the faster cars trying to go through the slower cars, it's going to be a matter of trying to calm the guys down and say, listen, take it easy, you don't want to ding the car, but at the same time, you do want to race and not have time lost.
Definitely, 100%. They've still got to push. It's not a matter of you can just get in the car and not push the car, not drive. So for sure there's going to be there's every, you know, both sides of the team need to pull their weight and need to do the best that they can, and but everyone is still going to be looking to make up positions and not lose any positions. I'm looking in the Discord channels. I can see Burgess is in with the steward, so they're obviously trying to discuss what happened here, but the Van Nieuwenhuizen car is still circulating, the Hub Auto Ferrari, so they're up and going and up to speed, but they're, you know, they're in last place and they're 38 laps behind everybody. So I don't know why the reconnect didn't connect them as who they were. So it's going to be a story to be told later on, but we'll have to see what happens there. So our lead at the moment is Ruan Janssen van Vieren in the Aston Martin. And again, now why is he our leader? Because Shane Budd's obviously had a moment somewhere. So while we've been trying to work out what's going on with the Ferrari, Shane Budd's dropped off the leader position in the McLaren. The car looks okay. So whatever happened couldn't have been too major. It might have been traffic, because right behind him is some slow markers. But the Aston has... Oh no, sorry, that's me. It's my timing screen unconfusing itself. So Shane Budd is still in the lead, I beg your pardon. Ruan Janssen van Vieren is 8 seconds behind in second place. So there we go, it's all refreshed and caught itself back up. And everything seems to be back where it needs to be. I've got to keep on top of all of this, let me just tell you that.
I can tell you that third place has come past me. The car's looking okay, and they back up to some tremendous pace.
Yeah, car looks, yeah, the Lexus looks okay side and behind. The front is showing marks, so I'd say that they had a moment somewhere and they've rubbed a barrier or some tires. But yeah, they're going well. You're looking good. Your car not showing anything, so... Buddy, you're in it for the long haul, so you know you've got to do your best to relax, stretch, unclick your neck, and just you know what you got to do. So just relax.
World's fastest back marker.
Well, you're not a back marker at the moment, sitting okay in 17th place. Obviously, the Van Nieuwenhuizen Ferrari rejoining has gone back to the back of the field. And I've got another car that's disconnected, which is Skulk Pinar, who was sitting in the pits, but that car's gone. So, no, they're not. They're in 20th place. I've got them on here twice. I'm going to stop and restart this timing screen on my machine so that it sorts itself out.
Now, we've got to understand that so far we've only got 4 hours and 23 minutes of the race left. And these drivers are all trying to keep on going. I can tell you, hands-on, they're not slowing down. This is like a sprint race for them at this point.
Yeah, look, it will be. So, I think for let's see what we can do here. We're going to go on board with Shane Budd, and we're going to look at the timing of this car. Okay, there we go. It's now caught up. So we're going to switch to the in-car view. So his best lap was a 2:21.717. Hang on, what car are we on? Need to select Shane Budd's car. I'm having a drama with this timing screen now. So hold on a second and I will let you know what I'm trying to let you know. Right. What is jumping around here? Okay, Shane Budd, best lap was a 2:19.872 and his last lap was a 2:24.9. So that last lap's a little bit off the pace, but there could have been some traffic in the way. But he's currently on his bubble. Delta is going quicker, so I expect he'll put in a quicker lap as he goes round, although there is some slow traffic a little bit further up the road. I don't think it'll affect him that much. So let's see who else we can see. Janssen van Vieren, their quickest was a 2:19.9 and his last lap was a 2:26.5. So substantially slower, but that also could have been due to traffic or the conditions, or a number of things. You know, this driver might not be as quick as the other driver, I don't know. Pretorius in the Lexus in 3rd place, quickest lap at 2:21.0, last lap at 2:24. So a lot closer in the margins there. So yeah, who knows what's putting this down to the different speeds, but they all have different variables going on between them. I'm just having a little bit of a struggle with my my camera app, so I'm going to try and get this sorted. It seems to have not connected to this race for some other reason. So just bear with me while I resolve this problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 6 hour proudly brought to you by ASUS, ROG, Mettlestate and Raceface. And gotta say, absolutely phenomenal start for a lot of these drivers off the line. Very, very close racing and great battles right at the front. But when the pit stops came into play, a bit of a change up for every single one of the drivers. Unfortunately, you just have to try and play it right, and that's where the difficulty comes in. But the race is not over. With only 4 hours and 20 minutes left of the race, it's all about keeping it together.
Definitely, thanks for that, Steve. Yep, 4 hours 20 minutes still to go of the 6 hour event, so we've had 1 hour 40. I do have a little bit of a glitch happening, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just jump to another ad break here and do a quick reset on my game, and I should resolve this problem shortly. Steve, if you do want to chat at any time, just feel free to ad-lib your way along. I'll be back with you guys shortly.
No problem.
Right, we're getting there. I think we should be back connected with this race. Just need to connect my camera system.
I can tell you Pretorius and Frontieren are so close to one another for second and third, so we might see a change up between the two, as they're literally 8.9 seconds between them to take second place. So Janssen van Rensburg has to really pull out all the stops to try and keep ahead of Pretorius. Pretorius is slower in straight line though, so the front end damage does come into play, but his cornering is still right there.
Yeah, okay, we're back online. Everything looks how it should, and I agree. There's the gap is 3.1 seconds at the moment. The Lexus looking surprisingly clean, so I'm not too sure. Actually, I know what's happened here. So with me doing a quick game, alright, it's busy sorting itself out still. So the graphics are just catching up. I did a restart of the game, and obviously all the cars look brand new, but now they're getting dirtied up and getting back to where they need to be. So everything's coming back to normal. I just had a loss of control with my cameras, but everything's normal now. Quick fix, and we're good to go and back to normal. I believe Virtus has sent me this list. Okay, here we go. So I have the official entry list from Virtus, and this is going to help just so that I can tell you who's in what cars and so on and so forth. A much bigger selection here, actually. Oh wait, we've got an incident here. Van Rensburg's just had a turnaround. It's on oh, he's just dropped a position, so he's trying to get the Aston going. He's now reversing the car. Where is he? Oh, he's bringing it into the pits. Okay,
He is at the final corner,
yeah.
But was driving towards me.
There was some moment there, I'm not too sure what, I don't know if it was slow markers, but I just caught it out the corner of my eye, and Gerard Pretorius is now up into second place in the Lexus and on his way up Kemmel Straight. Behind Gerard Pretorius is Johannes Griffenberg in the other Aston Martin, and he passed Van Rensburg, so I can't see any back markers. So I think the issue might have been either with the Lexus of Pretorius, but it definitely turned him round, and Van Rensburg is coming to the pits, and there's a strategy change. 4 hours 15 minutes, so they've done 45 minutes since the previous pit stop, 45 minutes, so they might have just decided due to the collision there was some damage. As we discussed earlier, Steve, so they brought their strategy forward by pitting now to fix the car and now bring the car up and get everything sorted. So he's rolling again. It was a long enough stop to do a full top up, probably change tires and any repair to the bodywork. But they're on their way and going round with Source and down the pit lane, and they'll be back on the track. They're still listed as in 5th place. Martin Joubert is on his way up the track in 6th place. I lied to you, Martin Joubert's already driven past and he's halfway up Kemmel, at the end of Kemmel. So he's in 5th. Van Rensburg now 7th, down to 7th, and now 8th. So they're dropping hand over fist as they're coming down and out the pits.
Now we both know that Spa has the longest pit lane in this entire sim.
Yeah.
And you know, being in that position so high up in the grid, it must feel like an absolute eternity before you go out.
Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. And I've said this to my team as well. There's one thing when you're in a race on this track that you don't want to just throw away or give away is a drive-through penalty. Be very diligent on your speeding, your pit lane speed limiter into and exiting the pits, because throwing away a drive-through at Spa, that's just going to kill you. You drive through, I think it's a minute 20 seconds from beginning to end of pit lane. That's how long it takes. And an hour 20 is at least 70% of a fast pit, of a fast lap around Spa. So an unnecessary drive-through at Spa is seriously almost putting your lap down. You're within reach of the guys lapping you, and you're seriously going to struggle. Our numbers have dropped here. We've got we're down to 21 entries. So that Ferrari problem earlier has those drivers seem to have disconnected, and I think they're out of our race. I can't see the leftover name that was still here before they disconnected. That was the Kessel Racing Ferrari, which then came back online as the Hub Auto Ferrari, and that car is now gone. So I think they've disconnected purely because they don't want to race being 30-something laps behind, and it's going to be taken as a technical failure somewhere. So sad to see, but they've left us. We have 21 cars on the track.
There's a car approaching. Don't cross the white line. Watch your mirrors. Incident in. Who on? Yellow flag. Keep your wits about you, mate. There's a white flag. The gap to Richardson behind is now 3.6 seconds. Tenth position. The car behind's pitting now. gap in front is now 18 seconds. The gap to Richardson behind is increasing. It's now 6.2. We like this. Keep doing it. P10. The gap in front is now 19 seconds. The car ahead's pitting. The gap to Richardson behind is increasing. It's now 9.4 seconds. 8th place. You've just done a 222.39. There's an incident in ROG. It looks like it's Bud. Okay, Rob. Hold your nerve. Just keep it smooth. No mistakes. P5.
On your right. Clear on your right.
P6. The gap in front has increased to 1.8 seconds. P5. The leader is pitting now. P5. Looks like P4 has gone off in Eau Rouge. P4. Sector 1 is 0.31 off the pace. Sector 2 is 2.0 off the pace. Sector 3 times okay. Incident in Eau Rouge.
Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
P3. Okay, Rob, that's good consistency. Keep it up. Sector 2 is 1.7 seconds off the pace. Yellow flag. There's a white flag. There's an incident in Radion. P3.
Left side. Clear left.
There's an incident in the chicane. Your lap time was 2:23.07. Incident in ROG. Keep doing what you're doing. This is spot on. P3. The gap behind is now 1.5 seconds. Keep it up, we're looking good here. P3. Air temperature's falling. It's now 22 Celsius. Nice one, Rob. You're looking really good. Come on, keep your focus. P3. The track temperature's falling. It's now 23 Celsius. P4. Good consistency. Keep them coming. The gap behind is now 0.8. P3. There's an incident in Eau Rouge. We think it might be Richardson. P4. The gap behind is now 1.4 seconds. P3. P3. The gap behind is now 0.8. Stick to the plan. Don't be intimidated here. They're quicker than us entering turn 11. Watch your speed.
The question, but they've passed him. It's happened over the start-finish line or into the bus stop, but Sunaran's gone past. He runs deep through the hairpin. Michael Roux's come tight through the hairpin, although he didn't get a good drive. So Sunaran has passed Mike, and he's up into 5th place as he bombs down to Eau Rouge. Flat out through Eau Rouge, hopefully no problems. Next is Radian, and up the Camel Straight he stays in the track boundaries and is already producing daylight between him and the LaRue Lexus. They come up to Lacombe and Momedi. It's got to get through here nice and clean. I love the sound of the Audi, I've got to be honest. I'm a big fan of the Wailing V10s. The Audi and the Lambo make the best sounds in the race. Right, heading down to Brussels hairpin, and that gap is outwards of 0.8 of a second, almost up to a second, just through the Camel Straight. So there we go. Jason Lux now also into the pits from 8th place. So Griffenberg in the car now. He's on his way out. Johannes Griffenberg in the Aston. So this is the car that pitted from 4th place. They are out and rolling and in 7th place with the 6 cars ahead of them all needing to pit still, and they've got no traffic ahead of them, so they've done really well to come out in clean traffic, and we'll see how they deal with the cars going forward. They are just on the lead lap, so Van Rensburg and Peters behind in the McLaren are literally just behind Johannes Griffenberg in the Aston. So he's going to have to push to stay on the lead lap. This is now where this comes into effect about dropping off the lead lap. Here he is coming round the bottom of Stavelot and up to Paul Frey and Blanchimont, and he is hammered down, but the McLaren is within a second behind him, and the McLaren is Bernard Peters, who's now in the lead actually. So Bernard Peters has gone past Van Rensburg. There's been a lead change which we didn't see, and that happened not too long ago. So sorry guys, I didn't pick that up on the leaders. We've been watching everybody, and this McLaren is going past. Okay, so the Aston runs deep. Griffenberg is run deep, and Bernard Peters in the McLaren has gone over the start-finish line and puts him a lap down. Griffenberg in 7th place is now, so the leaders have lapped up to 7th place. That's what we're saying. Next up the field is going to be Kurt Glashagen in the Porsche, but he is halfway up Camel Straight, so I don't think he'll get lapped, because as Van Rensburg in 2nd place, Aston comes into the pits. So there we go, we've got some strategies happening here. Van Rensburg's coming to the pits from 2nd place on the clock with 2.5 minutes, and Bernard Peters has gone through in the McLaren. So Bernard's pushing hard to try and extend the lead possibly, or Van Rensburg is coming early to try and do the pit lane undercut. Steve, how are you doing down there? You're in 14th place and looking good, man.
Well, I can tell you it's getting busy with all the faster cars coming through, and also Chase Crofter Richardson, who had a brilliant tow with some of the faster cars. So it does make it a bit tricky to catch the guys, because you can use the tow of the faster cars for a short little time.
Yes.
And that's what makes it even more exciting. So it's nice to see the guys coming in cleanly, and I've got to say, from a race car perspective, despite the guys, being the faster cars, they give you room, they make sure not to interfere with your race, as long as you're not interfering with theirs, and it's got to say, it's really nice to be racing with some clean, door-to-door racing the whole way through.
Yep, and everyone's respecting everyone else. Oh my word. So Kruger's just got into his McLaren, and they've got a drive-through. Zander Kruger, who they were in 7th or 6th place, and they weren't in the pits. So they've done one too many track excursions, I think, and now they're forced to do a drive-through because they've gone out of track bounds, I think. So Van Rensburg in the pits, he's rolling. This was our leader earlier on, and there Skuman has just gone past in the Lexus up into 2nd. Rensburg's coming to the end of the pit lane. I don't know if they've done a driver change yet. You have to wait and see when they go through the first timing screen. So Amrish Sunarain in the Audi has gone past, also up into 3rd place, and obviously still has to do their pit stop. So at the moment it's
There's a couple of drivers that are have their teams racing, and we'd love to have you guys pop into the commentary box.
Yes.
To give us a bit of feedback of what's happening.
Please do. Besides chatting to us on the YouTube channels, if any of you guys are kind of sitting around and want to come and have a chat about your driving stint, simply enter the interview room and I have it open on the screen so I can see if somebody comes in there, and we'll drag you in for a chat. Right, so let me just update you, because here comes the McLaren into the pit. So Bernard Peters currently out on 74 laps in their McLaren, the green and gold McLaren, doing well. As I said, that Kruger is performing his drive-through now in the other McLaren, and Vivian Richards in their McLaren is currently coming into the pits in the red and black McLaren. But right, so Bernard Peters is trying to extend his lead, as is Marius Skuman, who was in 4th, and now he's in 2nd in the Lexus, and he's also trying to run long. The first pitter is Janse van Vieren in their Aston Martin, and they are now in 6th place with Jonas Rottenberg in the silver and lime green Aston Martin. So they've done their pit stops, and we're going to wait for them to come around and all the pit stops to complete, and then we'll have a better idea of who's where and what. But I know the Aston went in early due to traffic, Rowan Jansen van Vieren, and they are, this is the black and white Aston that we're looking at. They're currently in 6th place, or the net leaders at the moment, while we wait for the 5 cars ahead of them to pit. So, and Sunarain is definitely trying hard, putting in huge laps. He's now currently up into 3rd place in the red Audi, ahead of Michael Leroux and Kurt Glashagen in the Porsche. So trying hard to make up positions and close that gap down, with only Skuman and Peters ahead of them at the moment in the McLaren and the Lexus. Down at the back of the grid, Brent Forbes and Michael Horn are now registered as having completed all the required pit stops and halfway through the race. So that now will give you a better indication of where you should be versus where you shouldn't be. You should be showing a 2 next to your name at this point in the race. That means you still have 2 more pit stops to make, and that would be on hour 2. When it gets to 2.00 on the clock, it's now just gone under 3 hours. So your next pit stop at hour 4, and then your final pit stop at hour 5 to then finish the race. Unfortunately, these chaps have had dramas early on in the race. Forbes and Horn, they have already done 5 pit stops after 3 hours. So they do still need to pit to get to the end of the race. Obviously, they're going to have to still put in petrol. They can't finish the race from here. So they are then going to have registered in excess of 6 or 7 pit stops in the 6 hours. And that's back to the old story of being consistent and keeping your nose out of trouble, and being the least amount of time in the pits, or static, because that's what loses you races. But you can't help that if you've got involved in an accident, or you've been shunted off the track and the car's been damaged and you had to take emergency pit stops to fix the car. That's the nature of the beast. It's called racing, and it happens. Eduardo Francis in the green and gold Aston is cruising into pits, hits his pit lane limiter. Looks like he's in the first pit box. No, he's not. He's just cruising up the right-hand side. So he's heading to his pit stop, pulls over, hits it, cruises forward, bumps off, turns the engine off. Car static. So there was an instance of him stopping stopping too early and had to go further. Right behind him comes the Jason Luck Ferrari, and that has Daryl Mulder in it. So Daryl Mulder comes in for his pit stop. So they are now bumping down to 2 pit stops, or having done 3 in total, and on track as we go back to the leader, Bernard Peters in his McLaren, who is now stuck behind Kurt Glashagen in the Porsche in 5th place. Not necessarily stuck, but has lapped everybody up to 5th place. So, and Kurt is obviously racing his own race, so he's going to try and make this as painless as possible. He stays out left as they go towards Blanchimont, and Bernard Peters outside of him through Blanchimont, and puts Kurt 1 lap down. Both of these drivers still need to pit, so we now sub the hour into 2 hours 54, and as I say that, Kurt peels off to the right and enters pit lane and goes in for his required pit stop, just having dropped a lap to Bernard Peters. So
now I need to ask, Alan, you've got the 5 pit stop strategy. When would you actually take the 5th pit stop? Because if your cars are able to only have to pit 4 times, I know the Ferraris have this ability, that they only have to pit 4 times, and you've got a 5th pit stop, which is essentially a drive-through, but it does cost you an entire lap. How are you going to put this into play?
Yeah, you've got to take it, irrespective. It doesn't matter if you're not putting in fuel. That's what I was trying to work out with Jason Luck's Ferrari earlier. Him and Daryl ran 15 minutes longer than everybody else. So you've still got to spend an hour 30 or an hour 20, sorry, not an hour, a minute 20 or whatever it is to come through the pit lane and stop, go up on the jacks, come off the jacks and drive out of the pit lane. Let's say it's going to be 1 minute 14 total. If they have extended a 15-minute extra on the hour for each pit stop, that means they're going to get to their 5th pit stop or their 5th hour with a whole pit stop to spare. That they can then take whenever they want to, and use it strategically in the last 60 minutes or the last part of the race, to possibly clear traffic, i.e. go in and take the pit stop and come out wherever you may come out, and I'm sure the other team driver will be watching this to make sure they come out in clean traffic, but they can use that strategically to avoid getting caught in a bunch of traffic, and that pit stop's going to be a lot shorter than a full refuel pit stop. So there is a bit of method in that madness, if we can say it that way. The Bentley, as we know, has the biggest fuel tank out of all of these cars, and it's currently down in 18th place. They've done all their pit stops, so they've had a problem. But in other races that Kieran's, as I'm saying this, Bernard Peters is in the McLaren, is in the pit lane. So the leaders are now in the pits. So now we're going to see where Marius Skuman in the Lexus and Amrish Sunarain are in the Audi, as well as Johannes Griffenberg. He was the other, sorry, not Johannes Griffenberg, it's Janssen van Vieren, as they go past on the pit entry, and they head down to Eau Rouge. So we're going to see how this plays out as Peters just goes into the pit. It's literally a whole lap that he's going to be static for as he refuels. But coming back to that pit stop strategy, Luck and his driving partner, they might have had Daryl Mulder, who's now currently in the car. They might have played a little bit of a different ace up their sleeve here by running these 10-15 minutes each hour longer with a fully broomed car to essentially inherit a complete pit stop, and the pit stop won't then be a let's say a static standing 30 or 40 seconds for refuel and tires. It's only going to be a 5-second static, but the drive-through will be the same. So they will be...
It's actually a second. To be on the jacks, it's a second. So it's literally, you get on a second and then you've got to just deal with the pits.
Yeah. Okay, we're saying if they aren't doing any repairs, I agree, it's only a second versus whatever the time is that the other guys have been doing to brim a car and change tires. So, yes, in essence, they're going to be inheriting or making the best part of 30 to 40 seconds up. As long as that strategy stays in one piece and they don't get involved in an accident. So they're the only people I know who have been doing this, and I've been watching the top 7 or 8 cars. So I'm gonna as Amrish Sunaran also comes in the Audi. That's 2:49. So they ran 10 minutes past the hour. They're trying to extend a lap stop, their pit stop. So it's specifically Daryl Mulder's car, and they're currently now down in 17th place. But yes, no, that's right. So they're showing only 1 pit stop needed still, which would be, that means they've had an extra pit stop. So we've missed something here. We've been talking about Luck and Mulder's car, and I think somebody's had a huge accident somewhere because they've had to come back in the pits, and they are now currently down in 17th place and showing that they have had 4 pit stops. So their strategy, as we've been talking about, it's already blown out the window because something's gone wrong somewhere. Let's still watch what happens. So they've still got to do 2 full pit stops. They can't have enough fuel to run from 2 hours to the end of the race. They're going to have to, there's still 2 pit stops, so they've had an incident somewhere. We'll have to just let it play out and see what happens, Steve. But the idea was there that you could essentially do 5 pit stops, 4 fully brimmed tanks, and the last pit stop just be a stop and go. But I don't think any team's actually done that. Everybody stopped for quite a considerable amount of time.
Well, that's a trick to it. I mean, endurance racing, in this level is all about just keeping it together.
Exactly.
And that's the whole thing about it, which we've seen some great racing right through the field. And now in the closing stage of the races, it's how did you do on the start of the race actually comes into play.
Yep. That's it. Did you get through the first 10, 15, 20 minutes cleanly? Let the field space out as it does, and then circulate behind cars of similar pace? Or did you get bogged down? Did you have a spin and end up at the back of the field and then had to perform miracles by driving back up to where you should have been and then started risking yourself, etc., etc.? So yeah, I'll tell you what, the first 30 minutes of an endurance is in my opinion, has got to be one of the most important parts of that race. That is where you kind of essentially establish your position on the track and the people that you're with at the same pace or close to your pace, and they will then be at the end of the race. Again, touch wood that you don't get involved in somebody else's incident. Mario Skuman has been doing that with the Lexus. They've been there or thereabouts between third and fourth place, if memory serves me, but they were also leading while the other guys had pit stopped. They are currently leading and go over the start finish line to do 80 laps in the big Lexus, with Shane Budd now back in the car in that green and gold McLaren in second place now. That can't be right, I'm sorry. Let's just check that, because they're up the road. Oh yes, they're at the bottom of the track. So that's correct. Skuman still needs to do his pit stop in the Lexus, with Shane Budd in the McLaren having done their pit stop.
So
Okay.
with the Proteas playing currently, we thought we'd go for some green and gold and represent the rest of South African sport.
Love it, 100%. So that was the only reason I was asking. The tints are different, but the McLaren's also got well, it's more British racing green. But I was just wondering if it was if there was any association. But at least we understand. All right.
Eddie, I have to ask, the race prep, I know you guys at Monday Night Racing have been setting your calendars up so the guys that are racing in Raceface can also get some practice on Mondays, and seeing a lot of guys from Monday Night Racing actually here racing in the champion in this 6 hour. How was it a bit easier to go against guys that you now know their sort of driving styles?
Look, Monday Night Racing has grown a hell of a lot. I'd say from both Pro and Am server, about 2/3 of the drivers here today race on Monday night regularly. And our partnership with Raceface, where it will continue in the next seasons, we do marry our track selection with the Raceface leagues, and a bit to kind of give everyone a free practice race to do. Myself and my brother didn't have too much prep time for this race. Luckily, Spa is a track we both know reasonably well. But with Raceface and with Monday Night Racing, most of this field has had about 2 weeks of racing at Spa, and they've really gotten to know the track.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised seeing even an AM server, 2-minute 18s, which is comparable with what the guys are doing in Pro.
Exactly.
And your car selection choice, so we know that you usually run a Porsche in Monday Night Racing. What's the thought process behind picking your car?
Look, this is a team event, so you pick to the best capabilities of your team.
Of both drivers, yeah.
So I know the Porsche is not an easy car to drive. My brother has hours of experience in the Aston, and I'm more than happy to climb into any car. So yeah, we picked the Aston because it is my brother's strong car, and even for me, it's a very good race car. It's got a V8, even though it is actually quite a light car. So it's not killing us on tires, it's not killing us on fuel. And going down the Kemmel Straight, you really see that V8 come to life. I mean, it is so hard catching an Aston going full tilt down the straight.
Now, what's your thoughts going into more the closing stages of the race? You guys got any hidden of try and utilize the 5th pit stop that to try and get a second up and go, or did you decide early on in the race get it over and done with and try and continue? Because that also plays into effect of moving up through the grid. I know you guys are venturing now into 12th position, so you're getting close to the top 10s. Is that a thought of changing the race strategy a bit for you guys?
So we very much play it by ear. I am the stronger driver in the team, so if a long stint is required, I'll probably be the one to put it in. But at the same time, this is a fun race. We're trying to each have the same amount of race time. So our strategy is pretty much go out there with a full tank, do an hour, don't care about the tires, keep it clean, and then swap for the next hour. So you'll see us pit stop on the hour every hour for the rest of the race.
And now the final thing I've got to ask, the brotherly competition.
Yeah.
How is that in the pit?
No, this is... Lana and I have done many fuel cooperative things through our lives. We make a very good team. We play to each other's strengths and weaknesses. We get along very well when it's a team. If we're not in the same team, then it's knives out, big competition. I mean, when I leave this interview now, I'm back in the chat with him. I'm giving him, times of the guys behind him. I'm spotting for him. I'm, giving him advice through corners. We talk each other down and up as needed. So it's very much a collaboration for this race.
And I'm sure as Monday night and seeing all the cars, a little bit of pride as it's grown and your work with Raceface, any future plans going for Monday Night Racing? I know you guys have been looking at running Automobilista 2 as well, so you're trying to venture out. Plus, you've also opened up for guys with PlayStation to come in and also have a bit of fun with Monday Night Racing. Any other plans in the works?
Well, as far as Automobilista 2, we're just kind of waiting for the development of the game. It's not as stable as we would like it online. In the same breath, like you mentioned, we are still growing our PlayStation side. We're always on the lookout for a partnership if somebody wants to bring in Xbox evenings to Monday Night Racing. And we'll see through these holidays coming up now. We might just take a little bit of a spin into the Dirt 2 side of things as well. But come next year, we'll be back 3 servers every Monday night, giving people as much racing as we can at no charge and at no skill requirement. I mean, as you well know, Stephen, Monday Night Racing is open to any person. If you bought ACC today, you can climb into our servers on Monday.
That's awesome.
And we'll show you the ropes. We won't shame you. We won't knock you off the track. We'll show you how to become a proper sim racer.
Cool.
That is incredibly true.
That's great. That's awesome.
With
But
that,
Yes, Kyle.
with what Eddie just said, I literally I got ACC last week, and that first Monday I ran with it. I only had 1 day of practice on that track before I jumped in with them.
And you came, you did spar with us, you did yourself proud, you didn't crash anybody out, you had a good time. And that's what Monday night is all about. But gents, let me get back to my team so I can help Spot, and good luck with the rest of the stream. I've been watching it in between my stints, and well done to the 3 of you. It's a really nice stream.
Thanks very much, and thanks for popping in and coming to say how's it.
Only a pleasure, guys.
Good luck and be safe, man.
Cheers, Dave.
Cheers. Alright, so I'm going to give us a quick ad break. We've got to pay the bills here, so we're going to go for a fast, another ROG, Republic of Gamers, and Mettlestate ad break. Give us 2 seconds. Yep. All right, we're back in live again, and we're waiting for some other drivers to come and join us in the interview room. I think there's somebody coming shortly. Rosman, Marcel, we're waiting for you. So find your way to interview room and we'll have a quick chat with you, buddy. Just a quick update. There has been some changes going on, so let's just fly through this. Fly through the leaderboard. Currently, we've got Shane Butt back in the lead in the McLaren. Has just gone past Chantal Hansen's Aston Martin, and they're on 85 laps already. Gerard Pretorius in the Lexus has pitted and is out back on the track and has maintained their second place net 28 seconds or so back. Oh dear. Hildebrandt in the Ferrari's just got a stop go 30. I think that's going to be for too many off-track excursions, so they'll be carrying that to the end of the race. Johannes Griffenberg in the other Aston in third place, 16 seconds back, and Janssen van Vieren is currently behind the McLaren of Paul Gleed, and they're the guys who lost quite a lot. They should have come back out in second place. They're currently in fourth place and a good 20 seconds behind third place. So they're the biggest movers here. They've gone backwards by at least 30 seconds. And the biggest movers upwards is Amrish Sunarain in the Schramm Filters Audi R8 GT3, part of the team that's racing with Marcel de Beer, who we're currently waiting for. I'm just checking if he's there. He is. So I'm going to bring him in as we chat. And Marcel being part of the team with Amrish, who's now making up gaps. Amrish up into 5th place, and Marcel's here with us. Marcel, how are you, sir?
No, I'm doing good. We've just been having some trouble trying to find the stints time, because I was supposed to go in now, but we had a bit of an issue with the driver swap. So.
Okay. But overall, you have made up huge steps on the leaders ahead of you. From those math calculations I was doing earlier, you literally, your gap at the moment, you're 20 seconds off a net 4th place, and looking at possibly getting to the podium on 3rd place. So Amrish is going hugely quick. As I say that, he runs a bit wide, but he's good. So the car's obviously looking after you, and you guys are both stable in the car. Where can you remind us, where did you qualify with this car?
Well, qualifying, we started 6th.
Okay.
So,
all right, so you're in net position up on your quali, so you've stayed out of trouble, and you're there, proverbially there or thereabouts. How your next pit stop? Are you going to stop on the hour as you've been doing, or are you going to change that strategy up a little bit?
Well, we're doing like a short stint now, about 30 minutes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to push out the fuel, trying to extend the stint.
Yep.
But
and then you'll get in the car when he comes out the car.
yes, Amrish is going for a bit of he's going to have a break, and then I'm getting in, and yeah.
Cool. So you
Now,
yes,
I want to inquire. You battle your way through the grid, and how has it been? Has it been quite affecting your times, trying to get past the more slower vehicles? Or have you guys found it reasonably okay to come through the field?
Well, we had some trouble with 1 or 2 back markers not trying to give the position, but it's been sorted out. And I mean, fighting through the grid, I feel like since we're the only Audi in here, it kind of proves to show the Audi's difficult car to drive, challenging but rewarding.
Yes.
So.
Jeez, and I'll tell you what, while we're talking, Amrish has now closed that gap up some more. So Rowan Janssen van Vieren, who is chasing in the Aston Martin, is currently going around the hairpin at Brussels, and Amrish has just gone through Malmedy. So that has gone from 20 seconds to 14.6 seconds over the past 2 laps or so. So Amrish is pushing this car quick. It's got to be. Is it light? I mean, is he due in for a pit stop, or are you due to run to the hour, or are you bringing it forward on purpose?
We are going to try and push it to the hour
Okay.
to see if he can, drag the fuel out. So.
I mean, his current lap times, if I put this on his car, his last lap was the quickest lap of your race. He's just done a 2:20.184. That's the quickest you guys have gone the entire race, and it's 3.5 hours into this race, so it's getting quicker the longer you ride.
Yes, the earlier stints we didn't really push much. We just took it easy,
Okay.
Not really trying to wear the tires down or wear the car down in the early parts of the race, since it is a 6-hour race. The race is not won in the first few laps.
It
so
isn't. Yeah. That's some excellent strategies, Marcel. So both of you have done very well. Yeah, right. So from here we've got 2 hours, just under 2.5 hours to go. You probably got the best part of 30 minutes still to get to on the hour for your next pit stop. you going to drive a full hour, or you shortening the stints, or is it you in for an hour and then sooner around to finish?
We are looking to get me in for the next hour, and then Amrish is going to get finish the race fast.
Cool.
So.
Okay, well, it's going to be exciting to watch. No pressure on your shoulders, but you're now going to be in the 3, 4, 5 positions for the next at least hour to 2 hours. So, yeah, you're going to have to keep it clean and look after the car, Marcel, and yeah, you might even get up there into 3rd place, buddy.
Yeah, that's the ultimate goal for today. We need to get that podium.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming in for the chat, man, and hope you're enjoying the stream and the race and everything. And let's see how you guys get on.
Yeah, all good, man. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Good luck, mate.
Bye, guys.
Ciao, ciao. So, I'm going to bring Jason Isherwood in here. Oh, no, he's in the pro. Sorry, I'm not going to bring him in. All right, back to you, Steve. How you doing down there?
Okay, I actually got my first track warning through ROG.
After 3.5 hours.
After 3.5 hours. I didn't think fatigue would kick in, but one little mistake, and that set it up. But it's interesting to hear everyone's different strategies coming in, yeah, hearing from Marcel what they're doing, trying to drive the fuel out. You know, despite having a problem early on, they're still trying to really give it everything they got. You got Eddie Francis. You to everyone that's watching the stream. Without you guys, this wouldn't be happening. So as much as you guys are watching the drivers do the endurance race, you guys are having a part in the enduro. We love hearing your comments. So we love seeing you guys support your drivers, support the cars, and we look forward to seeing more of you guys joining with us. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and that bell notification icon to get up to date of when Raceface goes out again. This is the Mettlestate 6 hour, proudly brought to you by Raceface, RCI, ASUS, ROG, and oh man, it is absolutely one heck of an event.
It is. Listen, man, I've got to interrupt you. There's dramas going on here. Our leader is in the pit. I've got a feeling they might have had a possible disconnect, but I'm just gonna confirm this because I couldn't select the car just now. Yep, they've just vanished again. The McLaren, Shane Butt McLaren, that is currently in first place, is disconnected off the timing screen. Okay, now it's showing them back in position 5, so let's just give this thing a little bit of time. I don't know what's actually going on, but right now we've got, I'm going to give the timing screens time to sort itself out. So Gerard Pretorius is currently in the lead in the Lexus. He was a long way back behind that McLaren. So I don't know if they've done a driver change or something, so I'm going to just give it a bit of chance to settle down. I've got Johannes Griffenberg in second place in their Aston Martin. He's running a little bit off track as he goes down to the start finish line, so I can't tell you the gap yet until they get to a segment. And then we've got Rowan Janssen van Vieren in their Aston Martin going over the start finish line back up into third place with that's not true. It's now Umrish has now gone past them. So Umrish Sunarain is now up into 3rd place right now. They're on the podium. So there has been a drama here. That McLaren that was leading either had a disconnect or they had to go into pits. My timing screen says they're in the pits, but I can't see them in the pits and I can't select the car. So
I can tell you, I've moved up a...
Audi, Umrish Sunarain is now on the podium. They are in 3rd place. They've passed Rowan Janssen van Vieren in their Aston. They're 5-6 seconds back. So, and Johannes Griffenberg is now currently in the pits with their Aston from 2nd place. So this is a bit early. We're 20 minutes ahead on the hour and they're in the pits. So this could be a strategy game. Rekard Strauss on the YouTube channel saying same happened to them. So Rekard Strauss, they were on earlier and that was one of the teams that disconnected. So currently we're only listing, let me get the screen back to where it needs to be. Now 19 teams, so we've had now 4 teams disconnect, unfortunately. That sucks. I wonder, you know, the internet, jeez, you'd expect it just to work.
Well, I can tell you one team that has got a big smile on their face, and that's Cimarron, who's in 2nd place and in a whole shot to try and go after 1st as well. So they're going to be big smiles on their part.
No question. I'll tell you what, we had old Marcel in here earlier saying that, you know, we're giving it all, and Umrish is driving the ring out of this car, the rings at least, and we saw him do the quickest lap while we were interviewing his teammates. So Umrish definitely has put foot down now and is hammering away, trying to close in on the Lexus. Gero Pretorius right now is going through a Rouge and up over the top of Radian. And Umrish is just gone through Blanchimont and heading to the chicane. So his net gap, oh, I've lost the, hold on. We'll just wait for him to go over the line and we'll see what that gap is, and then we'll monitor from here. It's going over the line now. And we're still going to wait for a second timing section for when Pretorius goes through their first sector. But a drive through for Francis, unfortunately. So we just had his brother in the room. They did a pit stop and they sped in the pit lane. They've been handed a drive-through. Okay, I'll give you the gap between first and second when I see it, but the gap from second to third is 10 seconds. So Umrish in the Audi is ahead of Janssen van Vieren in the Aston by only 10 seconds, with now Zander Kruger up into a net 4th place in their McLaren. The gap's 48.8 seconds. Okay, so it's still quite large, but that's just Pretorius doing really well with their Lexus, and I said it was about 3/4 of a lap. So Umrish is the best part of the same distance back. However, they're in a net 2nd place, so they're on the podium now and going forward. Jason Luck, unfortunately, has earned himself a 20-second penalty. That's possibly for off-track limits or a bad rejoin. And they have now repitted or pitted again. So if you remember, we were talking about the Luck Daryl Mulder car and possibly running 15 minutes longer on each stint to inherit a whole pit stop that could be used just as a stop-go. And then while we were talking about it, their number dropped to 2 and 1, and now their number is 0. So they've essentially done 5 pit stops and they still have 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. So the strategy that they had or were heading towards has gone out the window. They're going to have to pit at least 2 more times, which is 7 pit stops, and that's going to put them, they're currently in 15th. I think they'll be somewhere there or thereabouts at the end of the race.
And that's how fast things do change in an endurance race.
Umrish, he just went very deep into the final chicane. Sorry, Steve, and he's just thrown it into the pit lane. So Umrish is coming in, and this is going to be a driver change now. Marcel is going to probably get in the car now, who's just left us after interviews, and we'll see how he goes in the car. Yeah, things change just like that. I mean, wow, that is such bad luck for Shane Budd and car number 44, that McLaren. I really feel for them because they were managing this race properly. Yep, Inox here on YouTube saying that just cost them the race. I'm not sure who that is, but seriously terrible luck, man. Sorry. Really feel for you guys. Okay.
My heart goes out to them, honestly.
Definitely. Right, so Umrish in the pits. We're now going to see Rowan Janssen van Vieren come back. He's gone through, so the black and white Aston Martin is now back up into 2nd place. Gone through Lecum and Malmedy and heading down towards Brussels, the hairpin. Hero Pretorius in the Lexus is just going through Blanchimont, so that gap from them to 2nd place is at least 50 something seconds, if not a minute. Umrish still in the pits. They haven't started moving yet, so I think they're going to be brimming the Audi, and there's a driver change. So Zander Kruger in the blue McLaren with the Glyden green highlights has moved up into 3rd place overall. And that's a net 3rd actually, because they still have 2 pit stops to go, so they're in that's a good position. Umrish now down into 4th with Johannes Griffenberg in 5th place, and they're in the silver Aston with the lime green highlights. They're now up into 4th place because Umrish is still in the pits. The Audi is now rolling. Minch Gaming on YouTube saying sad, car 44 did so good. Totally. Enoch said that is Shane Budd. Dude, seriously, what was that? Internet? I mean, you were 40 seconds up the road from this car, Janssen van Vieren in their Aston Martin, and managing this, and your pit stops, everything were perfect. The next thing I see, you disappear and gone. Was this an internet failure for you guys, Shane, on the YouTube channel? Such bad luck, man. So Johannes, as I say, up into 4th, and Kurt Glashagen in the Porsche. So Kurt also doing a solo stint as you are, Steve. He's in 5th place. Amrish out the pits, back down to 6th. It still says Amrish is driving the car, so I think he's going to carry on pushing because he's obviously quite happy with the car, and they will put the other driver in just now. Are you kidding me? So Shane Budd is saying, I hope you haven't heard the cat, but the cat stepped on the power button on his keyboard, and that put his computer into standby mode.
Oh my
Word, dude.
we were going on about internet, but
man.
the thing we did not bring into our discussion is literally physical problems.
The cat stood on the power button and put the PC into sleep mode. Doof, out the race you go. Yo, so what are you saying? You couldn't come back in and it registered you as who you were, because when you came back in you had a different car. Shane, why don't you come and join us in the booth, man? Just find your way to interview room M. You'll see it there. It's up at the top of all the channels, and we'll have a chat to you. Come chat to us. If you want to. I mean, if you know, the hecking, then don't worry. Oh, such terrible luck. The cat put the PC to sleep.
I've got to say that's the first time I've actually heard of it.
Well, it's not the only time I've heard of that. I mean, I've heard of dogs, like, you know, standing on an extension cable and stood on the power button and turned the whole rig off and stuff like that. So, okay, we got changes here. Zander Kruger from 5th place is in the pits in the McLaren. So that's going to bump Umrish back up into 5th place and a net 5th. So they are definitely closing in. Kurt Glashagen now in the Porsche up into 4th place, man alone. Doing a great job. So 17.7 seconds off the back of Griffenberg, who has done one extra pit stop. So they're going to have to pit twice, which means at the moment Kurt Glashagen is in net 3rd place in the Porsche. So Amrish Sunarain is chasing that car at 27.6 seconds back. Philip Minard, Duggan has a puncture. He's just got one. Raymond Duggan in 8th place, and he's driving into the tyre barriers. No, don't stop, go. He's stopping. Raymond Duggan, we've got a huge problem here. From 8th place, he's just gone back to the pits. He obviously couldn't drive the car on the flat, or he's had a problem. When I saw him, he was stuck against the tyres, and he stopped and he's jumped back to pits. So that's going to be an added minute and a half or 2 minutes that you have to sit and wait. Such bad luck for Raymond Duggan. And I think he was driving with Chantal.
I see Anoxia saying the cat is still alive. That's good news. But yeah, I mean, that's another thing we need to add in is this sim has punctures. If your tire pressures are wrong, or you ride the curb too hard, you are going to sustain some major punctures.
Yeah, no, you're true. I've got Shane here, we're going to bring him in. Yes, dude, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, Shane. The whole world has just broken down and is feeling for you, buddy.
Yeah, that was a tough one. She was lying on my desk and got up and stood on my power button.
Dude, I so feel for you, man. And your teammate, I can imagine, he must be beside himself.
He told me not to worry about it, but I feel terrible because we're doing so well. He was racing well.
That is the worst luck,
nothing I could have done about it.
Steve, are you there?
I am here, just exiting out the pits, but I mean, how was the race for you before the cats decided to want some love? How was the race for you?
Well, we were really happy with the position we were in. We're doing well, the pits are going well. I was a little nervous in the first stint, but then as soon as we got into it, the nerves died down.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the race, you were within 0.8, 0.9, and you dropped back to about 2.5 to 3.5 seconds. So that was the kind of, you know, settle down, everyone get the emotions and butterflies out the way, and you guys kind of swap positions, and then you got to the front, and from there on it was easy peasy right up until this moment, man.
Yeah, we were doing really well. We were happy. We were kept discussing our gaps and what we needed to change about the car, you know, tire pressures, what I needed to change the next time I came in. And yeah, shortly after that, it all went to the dustbin.
So man, Bernard Peters, I think basically you guys need to rename your cat to Spa or ROG or something like that.
I've got to ask a little bit on the positive side of things. When you guys lined up on the grid for the start of the 6 hour, how was it in the team? Was there a lot of chatter? Was there a lot of buzzing? Did it go absolutely silent when that the green lights went on?
I basically said to him, okay, I'm going to keep dead quiet. You've got this.
Yeah, just let him focus and do the job. It is, dude, I wasn't sure if it was me or what. I mean, I was trying to click on you. In fact, I can scroll up the chat window and tell you exactly when it happened, because I'd just been talking to Oros, man, and Jason said, let's go at Inoxia at MLGC, and then he said, let's see racer number 44, and I was going 44, oh yeah, it's the leader. Click, 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 and I couldn't select your car, and I thought, no wait, something's gone wrong. And then you see me say in the thingy there, there's a problem. I actually right there's an issue here. Yeah, drama here. And then Jason's like, fire, and you're on fire, and Record Strauss, BR, you guys had some drama, and then that's it. Then I couldn't find you. So, wow, dude.
Yeah, we tried several times to reconnect.
Yeah.
But when I eventually got in, it told us we had another 5 mandatory stops, and we were just like, there's no way we can do that many stops and still catch up.
No, you'd never catch up because your lap count went to 0, so you didn't have the laps that you had. Yeah. Oh well, buddy.
And you obviously this is a bit of a learning curve, but are you guys looking forward to next year and the rest of the racing seasons for Raceface? And you guys going to be in for the next endurance race with us?
I'm sure we will be there.
Yeah. I mean, proof is in the pudding. You guys are capable of leading this group, and you were doing well. You were in them, you know. You were amongst everybody. You were on the podium all the way along. So
yeah, this was actually I think I did 2 season races before this.
Okay.
This is my 3rd race with you guys. I was actually enjoying it.
So
it was going really well.
Well, now the best thing that you can do is just go and sit back, watch the stream, grab yourself a beer or a drink, and just you know, enjoy the rest of the races, man.
I definitely will be watching in and seeing who's going to be taking that podium position.
Cool, man.
We're glad to have you on. Thank you very much for joining us, and I could say from my part, thank you very much for racing with you. One of the guys that's given so much room to us backmarkers, and keep up the hard work.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We got a pro in the making, yeah.
Thank you.
Shane, well done, buddy. Go put your feet up and take a load off, and thanks for coming for the chat, man.
Thanks, guys. No worries.
Cool,
Enjoy the rest of the race.
Thanks, cheers.
Bye.
All right, so Steve, that was a geez, that was bad luck. That's all I can say. The poor, man. Okay.
It's heart-wrenching, but we've seen this happen in Suzuka, where just out of nowhere something happens.
Yeah.
And, this is what endurance racing is. It's all about heart-wrenching moments that come into play.
Exactly. And as that famous commentator used to say, it's never over until it's over. Or something like that. We're up at the hour, so I'm going to have to say stand by as we go for a really fast ad break. You're watching the ROG 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps by Republic of Gamers, Mettlestate, in conjunction with RCI and Speed Labs and Raceface. We'll be back with you shortly. Alrighty, ASUS in search of incredible. You're back with us live, and we're looking at Gerard Pretorius in the big Lexus, and Gerard Pretorius is on lap 98 and out in the lead from Ruan Janssen van Vuren, who is down at the bottom of the track. So the distance, they're almost a lap ahead of the whole field. Janssen van Vuren coming up through Campus and Stavelot up towards Blanchimont, and Gerard Pretorius is going through Lecombe and Malmedy at the end of the Kemmel Straight. So the gap is going to reflect as about a lap. It's over 60 seconds, so that's why it's showing that. And they're on the same strategy, still due for 2 more pit stops between now and the end of the race. We have 2 hours left and 30 seconds as of right now. So 3/4 is done. Got a quarter of the race to go still. Johannes Griffenberg up in 3rd place, and he is down at Les Fanes, and Ruan Janssen van Vuren is on the start-finish line going down towards Eau Rouge. So that gap is what I'd say it's going to be at least 20-something to 30 seconds. So first, second to third is going to be now at least a minute and a half apart. But Griffenberg has had 1 more pit stop than everyone else. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing right now.
Well, the thing is, hats off to him for, solo drive and keeping a high constant pace. So that's got to be hats off to the guy for it. It's not an easy task.
Yeah, that's true. Are we? Yeah, he's supposed to be in the car with a Ruan Robson. No, it's not a solo drive, this. Your solo drive, other than you, is Kurt Glashagen. He's the only other person that hasn't had a driver change in the Porsche, and he's in 4th place and is doing well. So he is that's what I'm saying. I'm not too sure about Johannes Griffenberg. They are showing that they've done 4 pit stops. They only need 1 more to do. However, they've still got 2 hours to go. So that might be a winning strategy. But we'll have to see if they can do 2 hours with only 1 pit stop in between, which they theoretically should be able to. Okay, so what that means is
just make it with the Aston, because
exactly.
With the Aston you can do 4 pit stops in 6 hours.
Okay,
but
so
you're going to be pushing your tires, and you're going to be pushing the fuel to the absolute limit.
Got you. So depending on what they do now, as we at the hour, we're then going to see the likes of Pretorius and Janssen van Vuren come in for their pit stop, because they do now for pit stop number 4 of 5. So there's going to be a little bit of chaos again as everyone comes in and goes out. So we're going to just monitor this and see what happens. Cronier in the Ferrari in 16th place is now in the pit, the red Ferrari. So that's the Kessel Racing car. They're going to be they're heading down towards the exit. So I think that pit stop is done. And they
looking at the YouTube, just to give you a heads up, sorry to butt you in there.
Yeah.
Apparently Griffenberg forgot to select his driver and has got out an extra stint.
He's driving 2 stints. Okay, well thankfully there's no penalties for minimum driver times, which is what was important that Bertus said in the driver briefing. But that unfortunately means he has to literally sit and drive for 2 hours, give or take their driver stint or their petrol stop. So Ruan, thanks for clearing that up with us. I did say you're the other guy in the car and why are you not in the car, but you guys are in it to win it, or at least be close to it. So keep it up, or maybe you should pop into the room and come and have a chat with us if you've got some time. So come find Interview Room AM, which is right up at the top of all the channels. You'll see my name and Steve Koenig's name in the Media Pro Am, and I'll pull you in and we can have a quick chat. Let us know what's going on with your what's happening with your strategies, man.
Now with the race is starting to close up and everyone's starting to feel the pinch, What do you foresee coming in the future?
Changes. Hopefully no one else disconnects, but hey, look here. The track's down at 20 degrees, Steve. The track's dropped 7 or 8 degrees since the start of the race. It's 10 past 8 in the evening, and it is still light. That's what happens as you most kindly let that McLaren go by you. The track temperature is the same as the air temperature, but the cloud cover is still the same. It hasn't got darker, so there's still 2 hours to go. It's still got to get to night time. Surely the race is going to end in the dark. And with the dark comes lack of peripheral vision on the track, and therein comes off-track excursions, and too many of those at full race speeds introduces drive-throughs and issues. So there's still a lot of racing to go, buddy, make no mistake, and there's still a lot of positions to change. We'll just have to see who manages that best out of the teams that are that we've got here, and you and the likes of our man Kurt Glashagen in the lone Porsche, unfortunately have got, you know, a mountain, or you're 3/4 of a way up the mountain, because you've done this all on your own, and so from a fatigue point of view it's going to be even worse for you, because you know, you're going to be emotionally and physically drained and strained and tired. So all I can say is, you know, just be sure you're drinking, and you know, you don't need to break lap records. You're currently in 11th place. The car's looking good. Don't go and ruin it by now driving off the track and getting a drive through or something like that.
Well, I can see the handy part, and this must happen for all the drivers. Having someone in your ear talking to you does give you a bit of, it keeps you going, it keeps you active, it doesn't, so stuff doesn't become mundane. And we've heard a couple of the drivers all just discussing and spotting, so there's always that constant interaction.
Yeah.
So I think that's what's also quite beneficial, is it doesn't become into just a standard old routine and listening to the engine hum on the entire 6 hours. So that also does come into play as well.
Definitely. I mean, having somebody to chat to, that does help bide the time away. We're just currently watching Jason Luck back in their Ferrari, and he's down in 13th place after clearing their oh no, they didn't have the drive-through, it was somebody else, but they've got a 20-second penalty on the shoulders to carry. They can clear that the next time they do pit. According to our timing screen, so Jason and Daryl Mulder, they have now completed all 5 pit stops, and they have just under 2 hours to go. So they are definitely going to have to pit once more. But everybody's about to pit now, and I think they're out of sequence with everybody ahead of them. So they should make up a couple of positions, and we'll see where they get to. Werner Francis, they're in the green and gold Aston. They're currently rolling. They've just had a pit stop. Eduardo is now in the car, so he's heading down. Hopefully he doesn't let go of his pit limiter too early. A drive-through on this track is just, seriously, it's just a write-off. I mean, I've got to time it if I can. Martin Jabir has been chatting with us on the YouTubes. He is in 16th place and is in the car, in the Lexus, and now dropping down to 17. So Martin's doing a driver change, as is Michael Horn. Michael Horn currently in 19th place at the back in the Ferrari, and he's just driven into the pits for his pit stop. So yeah, they come, everyone's coming in for the second last pit stop. According to us, Oosthuizen in 12th, Luck in 13th, and Buerta 14th, and Michael Horn in 19th have all done 5 pit stops. So, oh sorry, Martin Jabir is now driving out the pits. So right, that was a pit stop that's done, and off he goes. Currently in 18th place. And Francis talking about Amrish, sorry, Marcel, and Amrish definitely the fastest man on track right now. So He's trying to close up on that podium again. He's just ahead of Kurt Glashagen on the track, and Kurt Glashagen is in hang on, Kurt Glashagen is in 4th. So Amrish, I think, has just gone past Kurt Glashagen. We're going to wait for them to get to the first sector because he's ahead of him on the track but behind him on the timing screen. So I think we've just missed an overtake happen on the start-finish straight or by the bus stop chicane. And yes, there we go. So Amrish Sunarain is now up into 4th place. Kurt Glashagen in 5th, and there Janssen van Vieren drives into the pits from 2nd place in his Aston Martin. So this is a scheduled stop for the early race leader as he arrives at his bay and hits the brakes and stops. He is now stopping for his 2nd last pit stop and going to brim the car up. So Gerard Pretorius in the Lexus is coming up the hill towards Blanchimont. So he's going to literally have put a lap on the entire field at this rate, but he needs to also stop. So as we watch him come through the bus stop, let's just see what he's going to do. Does he peel into the pits? He doesn't. So he's going past, and he's going to go past Janssen van Vieren. Ruan, I think he's still in the car, and there he does go past. So they're now going through La Source, as does Gerard Pretorius in the Bentley, and that puts them on 103 laps and Ruan and everybody else on 102 laps. So that Lexus is now a full lap ahead of the entire field. That is a nice place to be in, because now you could actually sustain a drama with maybe another car and still have enough time to be able to get in the pits, fix the car and come out and still be ahead. So
well, that's depending on how bad the drama is.
No, that's true. That's true.
That's the thing. Some of these cars are built like glass cannons, where others, much like the Aston, can take a massive beating before it has a problem. But if you drive, let's say, like the Porsche, it is a glass cannon.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Just looking further up the road, Jonas Griffenberg is now essentially moved up into a net 2nd place. And they've now got to put in a long stint now to try and hold on to their driver strategy and their pit strategy. They are now ahead of Johan van Rensburg, who's come out the pits and has just completed their 4th pit stop, and Amrish Sunarain, who is chasing them down. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I would say, is about a minute and a half apart. Actually, it's a bit more due to the Lexus being a whole lap up on the field. However, they still need to pit now. They are due for their pit stop as we speak, and Kurt Glashagen in the Porsche has pulled into the pits, so he's taking his 4th pit stop now. Paul Gleed goes past in the McLaren, and they still need to pit, the red and black McLaren, as does Pretorius in the Lexus. So only a handful of cars left on the track now that need to complete their 4th pit stop. As the timer ticks down to 1 hour 47, so we're now sub 1 hour 50 minutes. We've done well through 4 hours worth of racing, and yeah, we've seen some seriously good racing throughout this afternoon. We've seen some really bad luck with some guys disconnecting and then not being able to come back in. I don't understand that, but...
Well, I've got to say one thing. Hats off to all these drivers. And you know what? Going back to what previously said is, you think because of AM, they're a little bit slower. Well, yes and no. These are guys that have missed it by 0.5 of a second, or even less,
or a tenth, exactly.
That's it. But the skill level of every single one of these drivers is absolutely phenomenal, and everyone's being tested on pushing it that little bit further. Whether you're driving alone, which I can recommend, I can firmly say, not the brightest idea in the world, but working as a team, that is what works very well with endurance racing.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just having a quick squiz over at Division A just to see what's what, but George has got the timing screen nowhere. It's like middle of the field, so I can't see what the top 5 are, but the comments are saying that share it on his own level. So Jordan's obviously in the lead in Division A, but I can't see anything from 13th upwards, so we'll wait a bit and come back there.
Well, we talk about, you guys heard us talking about Speed Labs as being one of the sponsors. Well, if you want, go take a look at raceface.pro and sign up with Speed Labs, where you can have the Jordan Sherrod go and teach you how to drive. And I can highly recommend it.
Yeah, they do the driver training courses, as Stephen says, and you'll be able to have a one-on-one training session, I think it is, or is it group training sessions?
You can pay for a one-on-one, or you can pay a little bit less for a group training session.
Okay.
So if you really want to get the edge on your competition, take a look at Speed Labs on raceface.pro.
Yep, there we go, thanks for that. Okay, trying to catch up on what we've got going. Pretorius in the Lexus, just that car's a fuel miser, so he goes on for another lap. 15 minutes past the hour and he's still out there, and he still has 2 pit stops to do. So he's got to be coming in the next 5 laps. He has to be. That'll then put probably Griffenberg up into first place in his Aston. Umrich Sunarain in the red Audi up into second, and the dice will then be with Van Rensburg in his Aston, because that's about the time ahead that they are. Paul Gleed in his McLaren in 5th place, and Fensham, Christian Fensham in his McLaren in 6th place, with Kurt Glashagen now finished with his pit stop and net 7th overall. Should bump up 1 or 2 positions, because Paul Gleed in his McLaren needs to pit still. So, and Oosthuizen in the Sol BMW, and Richardson in the Sol Lamborghini 8th and 9th, with yours truly Steve Koenig in the Aston in 10th place, only just on 4 laps back from the leaders, with huge cramps in his shoulders, bleeding out one eye, cramping on his pinky toe, but he's still out there and he's still driving.
No, at the moment I'm seeing Francis, and that is a worry. Eddie Francis is one of the faster drivers between the brothers, and is pushing as hard as he can to do it. Plus, he is sticking in the toe of Mr. Glee, so he's getting an advantage pull there that might change up for the top 10 at this rate.
Okay. Yep, as we see him. So, just flicking back to Pretorius. He's coming to the chicane. Does he come in? Yes, he does. There he is. So the Lexus comes in 15 minutes. Mo, correct that. 17 and a half minutes past the hour. He comes in with the Lamborghini of Richardson. So, and Paul Gleed. So the last 3 cars that needed to pit all are pitting on the same lap. That means from here on out, bar the guys down from 12th, Jason Luck 13th, Walter 14th, etc., and a couple of more drivers, Duggan, Hildebrandt, etc., further down, who still have 2 pit stops to go. Everybody from 11th upwards has 1 pit stop left between now and 6 o'clock, and there is 1 hour 41 minutes of racing. So when you look at that and you consider we have our sprint races 90 minutes on one league and 80 minutes on the other league, and you now have 100 minutes, yeah, 1 more pit stop and then it's a dash to the line for for royalties and for final positions. Pretorius is rolling. So he's on his way up to the source hairpin in the pit lane, and Johannes Griffenberg is going through double gush around the back of the track and down towards the bottom of the circuit. So that's the gap. I guarantee by the time Hero Pretorius comes out the pits and heads up through ROG and Radian, we'll then only see Johannes Griffenberg up at the bus stop or maybe on the start finish line. So the gap is extensive and far. Pretorius has done really well with their pit stop, but it's now time on the track. Everybody's still got one stop to do, and now it's about the gaps between the cars and how fast you can lap. That's going to show where the final ending positions are going to be.
And this is where it starts getting tense as we start to head to the final hour of the race, and every single one of these teams, every single one of the drivers know exactly what they have to do.
Griffenberg goes over the line, start finish line now. Amrish Sunarain is just bombed right through Blanchimon coming to the chicane. He's only 19 seconds back. So Amrish is driving this Audi back into second place position. He's going to hand it over to his teammate who we had on just now, who's going to have a pile of pressure to put up with for the last hour or the last driving stint. So they're not going to pit again. There's only one more pit stop based on the numbers now, which means that he is finishing the race actually. Marcel de Beer, who we had just now in the interview room, is going to be finishing probably finishing the race, I think.
Now the question comes in, with majority of the grid having one pit stop left to do, where are they going to do it? Are they going to do it on the hour? Are they going to use it just before hitting the hour? Or are they going to run it out as long as they can?
So ask me that question. If it was me now, this is what I would be doing. So we've got 1 hour 40 minutes to go from here, and the car's brimmed, okay? Or we don't know what the car is. Let's say we got 100 liters in it. Do you drive it out as much as you can so that there's 2 laps left? That'll put you probably very close to 20 minutes left. Then you pit, and you only have to put in 20 liters or 30 liters instead of another 100 liters in the tank. So you're going to have a sprint car type setup for the last 20 minutes. Or you drive and you pit now and put in a little bit more, and then you've got 90 or 100 liters for the last 60 minutes of the race. These are the two strategies at play. I think I personally would drive the car until it was empty and then come in for the final splash and dash with 20 minutes or 25 minutes to go, and put in exactly what I need and no more, and hopefully the car's light enough that I can make up a place.
And these are strategies that we're going to have to take a look at and see which of these drivers are going to be doing the earlier or later strategies, and see if these are the drivers to take it to the end, because now the pressure comes on. If you're the driver that has just jumped into the car and you're racing till the end, the adrenaline starts pumping, the nerves kick in, the butterflies start flying, and it's, you've got to try and control everything, because the end of the race feels exactly the same as the start of the race.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, I think it's going to come down to how well the cars are set up that they can run with both light, heavy and light loads. So we're just watching Marius Skuman in the Lexus going past it's not Grenier, I think Grenier, Ferrari, or Hildebrandt, doesn't matter. Anyway, so he's busy negotiating the back markers. Yeah, it was Hildebrandt. So Skuman's just gone past him, and behind Skuman, Griffenberg is 35 seconds back. There was the official time. So they're 35 seconds back with 1 hour 35 minutes to go, and Amri Sunarain is 15.8 seconds behind second place. So 35, 45, 52-ish, 52 seconds, and then Van Rensburg, Jean Van Rensburg, is another 34.2 seconds behind Amri Sunarain. So first, second and third place are 52 seconds apart on the track after 4.5 hours. That's incredible.
Let's do this. I'm changing my strategy up a little bit because I can see what Eddie Francis is doing, and let's put it to the test.
Okay.
I am putting now, and Eddie Francis most probably is going to run the tank until the end. Let's see who's going to make it.
Are you going to have enough fuel in that car to get you to the end?
Yep, I am not using as much as I thought, so I'm actually overfueled by a lot.
So maybe, are you driving with the wrong fuel map on there?
I honestly might be so, because I built my car a bit more to wet than dry, and unfortunately, that has bit me in the tail.
That has. Okay, so I will give you a helping hand here. Let's just double confirm this. You are in a that car. Do I have it or don't I have it? I'm sure Aston Martin, your fastest highest is 1. So if you're on 2 or 3, you're in fuel save mode.
Yep.
What does yep mean?
I'm on engine map 1,
Okay.
but yes, I am doing the same pace as engine map 2 and 3.
Okay, so
But in turn,
Yeah.
it hasn't been hurting the tires as badly, and I'm able to go longer on fuel and tires. So let's see, let's put it to the test now with Eddie Francis, who I know is going to try and open up as much of a gap as much as possible. So let's see who has got this. Let's put the two strategies to the test right here for the very first time.
Live.
On Raceface.
Okay.
Live.
All the best to that one. I was just going to suggest you might want to then try, if you wanted to, strategy fuel map 3, which is a little bit slower in performance, same fuel consumption with the progressive throttle map, but you seem to be driving the car okay, so stick to your fuel map 1 and give it horns.
So we're going to see how this works out, ladies and gentlemen, and heading into the final stage of the races, I can tell you the butterflies are kicking in, and I'm checking drivers going and pushing it very, very hard, like Gary Richardson in 14th place.
Yeah, I'm just watching, but Edward Francis is like 5 positions ahead of you, so why are you using him as a example for your test?
Because last time I raced against him, we had a good race with each other, so
Okay.
the bet is on between us. Who's going to get the chocolate milkshake?
So Richardson in 14th ahead of you, behind him is the McLaren, and behind that is the Lexus, but this is not for position, so people are getting yellow flags here. I'm trying to find, oh my word, Amrish is hammering this car, so back up to the leader. Amrish Sunarain is now only 11 seconds off second place. From just now it was 15 and a lot more earlier, so he's going like a bat out of hell. It's now 10.9 seconds. Let's see what his last lap was, just as a matter of... So he's now got his quickest lap to a 220.028. His last lap was a 221. He's doing quali laps for his race pace in this Audi. 221.027.
Absolutely flying and keeping it consistent, and this is what exactly the team needs.
Yep.
To keep pushing their way up to the top.
So he's chasing Johannes Griffenberg in his Aston, who's just gone past Jason Luck's Ferrari, and his last lap was a 223.9, and Amrish's last lap a 221.0. That's 2.9 seconds in one lap that he made up. So Amrish is driving this car into a second place position, hand over fist. The leader is Marius Skuman. Last lap was a 222.2. So pretty good pace for them. And Johan van Rensburg in fourth place, his last lap at 224. So he's got a lot of traffic behind him, so he obviously got stuck with some traffic that he's dealing with. So it's all to play for as far as Umbrish in third place. It looks like they're going to definitely go back up into second.
They are going for the prizes, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the thing to go for. There is prizes on the line, so it's not just a fun run, which we love to joke around and say, but there is actually a cherry on the top of the cake, if I may put it.
Yep, 100%. They've driven through all the heartache and all the problems, and they're on their way to find a good position here. But that's not to say that Johannes Griffenberg isn't going to pick up his pace or the replacement driver when they do their next pit stop. So we're in for it. We've got an hour and a half to go, and on the button I'm going to break away for another ASUS ROG Republic of Gamers advert break. You are watching.
It sounds like we need to actually get a new card from ASUS as well.
Well, you tell us what we're watching here, Steve, and then I'm going to break for an ad break. ROG, 6 hours of Spa, Republic of Gamers, Mettlestate, in conjunction with RCI and Speed Labs and Raceface. We'll be back with you shortly as we go for a fast ad break. That was an incredible looking motherboard. The new ASUS Republic of Gamers hardware is incredible. I have Bertus in the studio with us. Bertus, how are you, sir?
I'm all good, thanks, Alan, and yourself.
Excellent, man. It's been an awesome afternoon, Shame, and there's been some dramas here. We had the leading car disconnect because the pet cat stood on the keyboard and put the machine to sleep. It's been a trip of emotions on this side of the world.
I heard the story. Yeah, that's so unfortunate. I hope the cat is still alright.
Yeah, apparently it is. That's the first thing I asked, to be honest, but he said no, it's all good, man. It's unfortunate. I'd say, lock the doors, close the windows. Yeah, be all on your own. Don't let anyone in. So, man. Just before you get onto your little chat with us, I just want to let everyone know, Johannes Griffenberg, as we've been watching this dice, that gap to him and Sunarain just now was 11 something seconds. 2 laps have gone by and it's 1.8 seconds. So Umbrish is all over the back of Johannes, and this is going to be position change between third place and second place, with Jason Luck's Ferrari in between both of them. So, and Jason Luck is attempting to go past. That's not actually the right thing to do, but he's just overtaken the second place car, and now he's slowed him up even more. And Umbrish is now coming past him as they go through the top of the track. So, okay, they're next to each other. Oh dear, that wasn't such good driving by Jason Luck, but anyway. Bertus, what have you got, what can you tell us, sir?
No, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thanks to you, Alan, for helping out on the AM stream.
Awesome.
Yeah, I've been watching the stream and it's been great. I haven't had the audio on all the time, so I haven't been listening to you. But yeah, it's been great so far. And Stephen also, I mean, having having a guy in the action
Yes.
on the stream, I think
Yes.
that's actually a very cool cool way to
It
or
is.
cool element.
Yeah. It's a nice feature to
So,
have.
So Stephen, what a man. And then I also just want to thank our sponsors, Mettlestate, Republic of Gamers, ASUS, and all the other sponsors who helped us out during the season. Resource Complete, Black Ribbon Sims, and then the commentators also do George and Stephen and Carl and even Ryan Gill, who jumped in a couple of times, and yourself, Alan, helping out when we have some technical issues.
Awesome.
It's been great, and then obviously the drivers and the viewers and everyone involved, and my stewards team and my admin team. I think it's been a great year, and so far this race has been. I think it's been a great race so far to end things off for the year.
And you've got a record-breaking 158 driver entries. I mean, seeing that number must bring such a smile to your face. I mean, hasn't been quite something like this in South Africa as yet, that to my knowledge.
I'm not sure if there's been an event bigger than this. I think Solidarity had an event with 160 entries. This was actually 150 entries. I mean, for one race, or two splits, but one big race, one event, and for everyone to commit a whole Sunday to it, basically. I think we're just overwhelmed with the way this has grown. I mean, I remember the first ACC endurance race we did last year on the 8th of December, so it's almost exactly a year ago, was a 3-hour endurance. We had 23 drivers on the grid with 14 teams, and it was the first time we tried driver swaps and everything. I mean, from 23 drivers up to, I think it was 86 drivers in the Kyalami 6-hour in April. And then we had over 120 drivers in the Suzuka 6-hour back in July.
Yes.
And now we are up to almost 150, or we are about 150 for this one. So let's hope we can keep the momentum and we can continue. And it's been great. So I'm more than happy. I'm a bit overwhelmed with the way this has grown and this has gone for us. So, and even the leagues. I mean, we're up to 4 divisions now just in our GT3 league, and that's also still growing. So thanks to everyone. It's just been amazing.
That's awesome, Bertus. It's a nice feel-good feeling, and the growth has been exponential. So growing hand over fist, it's good for everybody that's involved. And so congrats, and all the best going forward with the league, and let's see if we can grow this even more in 2021.
I have to ask Bertus something here. Raceface has always gone to push the mark. You've brought out the multi-class mini enduro series with dynamic weather, multi-class racing. No one knows what they get. What's next for Raceface?
Well, the next thing I guess, don't want to let too much out of the bag, but we've got a couple of things planned for 2021. Obviously, the GT3 League on Thursdays will stay as it is. We might make a few minor changes. Obviously, we brought in things there that which we think can spice things up, like the ballast and so on.
Yes.
Maybe we'll bring in some variable weather into certain races, but we don't want to tinker with the things that work. But with the other things that we do, the endurance races, we usually do 6 hours, but there's always the possibility of doing something bigger, maybe 12 hours or 24 hours. That's something that we'll want to try at some point. And then who knows what can happen on in the Wednesday leagues. I mean, we've had the GT4 leagues, we've had the multi-class mini enduro races, but yeah, Wednesdays will be the time when we try to spice things up and see what works and what doesn't work, and then we'll implement what works and we'll scan what doesn't. So we'll try new things every now and then, but obviously not try and shake the tree too much.
Yeah, sounds good. If it's not broken, there's nothing to fix, man.
Yeah, exactly. Well, guys, thanks so much. Thanks again, Alan, and Stephen, showing us how to multitask. All the best with your race as well, and I'll probably catch you guys a bit later.
Awesome, Vitus. Thanks for dropping in, man. Cool. Good. Back to the race, and I'll tell you what, Amrish, again, I'm now going on about it, but he is quick. He is now driven up to the back of Jason in the Ferrari, who just now was busy passing Johannes Griffenberg, and he has put a gap out of 6.5 seconds already on that Aston Martin. So Amrish is going, and looking ahead to try and see if he can close the gap down to the Lexus. That gap is now at 46.6 seconds. I'll take a note of that so that we do have reference to it. 46 seconds.
I mean, that's been a team to keep an eye out. There's been a lot of teams to watch through the race, but they've always been there and always knocking down those doors and expectations. So it's nice to see some new names running to the front of the grid.
That's true. That is very true. Kurt Glashagen also on his own, he's now net 6th, and pretty much having a lone drive. Vivian Richards just behind him in 7th place in the red and black McLaren, nice looking car, and they are a good few laps up the road of Farai Sebanda in the lime and blue BMW M6. In 8th place with Jakob Oosthuizen, in 9th place in the silver Aston Martin with the blue highlights. And rounding off the top 10, we've got Edouard Francis back in the Springbok coloured green and gold Aston Martin, and they're 3 laps off the lead at the moment, with just under 1 hour 20 minutes left to go.
Yep, and now the clocks start winding down, the drivers start feeling the fatigue and the butterflies all coming in at once. And we saw at Suzuka the last hour being some of the biggest changes in the race out of the whole entire endurance race. And I got a funny feeling we might see it again as drivers look to go and prove that they are the pros missing in pros.
Yeah, I'd like to see, look, the gap between first and second is large at the moment, but there's nothing to say. There's still a pit stop involved, so everybody's still got to drive into the pits and drive out of the pits. Let's just say that. How quick they are static in the pits is going to be what separates first, second, and third and fourth. So the race for first place between Skuman and Sunaran it's doable. It was 46.6, it's now 45.3, and that's about half a lap later. So maybe Marius is just managing the gap, or Amrish is just that much quicker. I think he's that much quicker. He is seriously hammering it, but we need to see after this pit stop, does Amrish stay in the car or do they change drivers? After that, behind them, it's Johannes Griffenberg and Johan van Rensburg. The other 2 Astons, the silver one with the lime green highlights and then the white and black one, and they're a good couple of seconds apart from each other. So there are two very, very distinct races here, and they're both for podium positions. Not too far behind that is Christian Fensham in his McLaren, and he's in 5th place, also on exactly a similar strategy, and the car seems to be going well. So should either of these 2 battles up ahead have some problems associated with them, maybe there's an issue or an accident, anybody just behind them could jump in and take away a position and get onto the podium.
Absolutely, anything can happen.
Just watched, as we've been watching Christian Fencham, he came up the back of the Lambo over a Rouge and Radiant, and I think there was a little bit of a touch with the back of Richardson, but he did get past him and go past, so it's all good. No one's turned around or spun, but there was a moment. Need to try and see what the gaps are between them. Okay, so he is 35.5 seconds behind Johan van Rensburg in the black and white Aston Martin. And let's see, where's Griffinberg on the track? So Griffinberg's gone through the La Source hairpin and heading down towards this Rouge and Radiant. Johan van Rensburg is just gone through Blanchimont, so that gap is, it's saying a lap, but it's not a lap. We're going to just wait for Johan to get over the start finish line, but that's about 35 seconds, 30 seconds, 38.8 seconds between third and fourth place, with 1 hour 15 to go, which is essentially a Wednesday night race. They've essentially just started a Wednesday night race, and when you think of it that way, how many positions change in a race on a Wednesday night? And these guys have now essentially started one of those races. So there's 75 minutes of racing to go, and there is 44 seconds apart between first and second, and 35 seconds apart between third and fourth on the track. There's a lot of racing still to be had here with the pit stop involved, so let's see what happens. YouTube channel's gone quiet, not too much chatting or discussing going on. Still got 24 people with us watching, 11 thumbs up and 1 thumbs down, so sorry for the thumbs down. Don't know what it was that upset you, but thanks anyway.
Thank you, come again. That's all we can do. I see Skuman has still got 1 pit stop to go.
Yeah, all of it.
And as you said, that's the main thing it comes to now is it is a sprint race for them.
Yep.
So they're possibly going to be using a quick splash and dash to pull them to the line.
It's that as well as the driver changes, i.e. does Umrish get out the car and give the car to his co-pilot excuse me, who might not be as quick as Umrish, and the same goes for Mario Skuman, Johannes Griffinberg, Johan van Rensburg, the top 4 guys. Do they stay in the cars, or do they hand them over to their other drivers? You know, that's going to be a calculated decision based on the teams. They know who is quicker out of the 2 drivers. They know where they are on the track. They know what race is currently happening, i.e. the gaps between each other, and it's up to them to make that call, which is awesome. As I say, we've got a... Right, Umrish is 43.9 seconds, that's where he is at. It was 46.6. I don't think it's coming down fast enough, but it's definitely coming down. Van Rensburg's 38.3 between Griffinberg and himself. So let me write it down so we've got it. It was 43 and 36 with 72 minutes to go and a pit stop in hand. So the top 7 cars, all of them need to do a pit stop, as well as Francis, who you're having the race with in 10th place, Cronje and Carr and Hildebrandt in 14th, 15th and 18th. Everyone else, according to my list, has completed their 5 pit stops. So whether you have enough fuel or not, that is not our problem. You apparently believe that you're going to get to the end of the race with your car. Is that correct?
I do think so, because even now I've only got about 66 kgs, and we've still got we have under an hour now. I was running 50 kgs.
No, you've got over an hour. You've got an hour and 10.
An hour and 10, but I was running 50 kgs when there was only half an hour left.
Okay.
So what I found is I'm doing a lot of lifting and coasting. So
yeah.
I'm hoping to make a bit of work there as I hope to get to the top. But I can't take it away from other drivers who might be doing the same.
No, you can't, but at least there's an interesting spin on your strategy, so we'll see what happens there. Oros, man, all the stress, we're all so tense. So obviously, yeah, it's all about Amrish and what he's doing up there in second place in that Audi, and if he's gonna haul in the Lexus. Car looks good, sounds good, it's going like smoke. And Marius Skuman going around Double Gash, and Amrish Sunaran going up to Lekum. That's the diff. It's one sector he's apart. Gap's now 43.2 seconds. There's interesting. And the other dice between Griffenberg in third and fourth, that's 37.3. So that's grown a little bit. So Van Rensburg has either hit traffic, or his tyres are going off, or yeah, who knows. But they've slowed down their progression a little bit. So that's the black and white Aston Martin that was in second place. They're currently in fourth place. And the Lexus that was in third place is currently leading. So there's definitely been position changes. Unfortunately, with Shane Budd and them bombing out in the McLaren, they would have been, you know, a lap around the track ahead of everyone as we speak now. But with the pet issue and the keyboard and the PC sleep,
air and track temps are decreasing. Air temperature's now 20. The track temperature's now 20 Celsius. There's a car approaching. Watch your mirrors. Stay behind the white line. Blue flag.
Left side. All clear on the left.
P6. Looks like P6 has gone off in Eau Rouge. Keep it coming, man. This is great. P5. Well done, Rob. This is great. Come on, keep nailing those exits. P5. That lap time was 2:22.25. Alright, Rob, your lap times are pretty consistent. The leader's pitting now. P5. We think P6 has gone off in Eau Rouge. Awesome stuff, mate. Keep it coming. P4. There's an incident in Eau Rouge. It looks like Sonarain. The gap to Sonarain behind is now 15 seconds. Well done, Rob. This is terrific. Exactly what we came here for. P3. That lap was a 2:22.42. Sector 2 is 1.3 seconds off the pace. That's good consistency, keep it up. Incident in Eau Rouge. We think it might be Francis. There's an incident in Radion. It looks like it's Francis. The gap to Sonare behind is now 14 seconds. This is brilliant, keep it up, P3. The gap to Sonare behind is now 13 seconds. The car ahead's pitting now. P3. Okay, Rob, just keep hitting your marks. This is looking good. P2. Sonare is gaining on you. The gap is now 11 seconds. Quicker than you entering Bruxelles. You've just done a 2:21.56. That's your best lap in the session. B2. There's an incident in the chicane. It looks like Hildebrand. White flag, mate. The gap to Sonare behind is now 10 seconds. This is brilliant, keep it up. P2, that lap was a 2:21.90. We think P6 has binned it in Eau Rouge.
Car on your left. Careful, still there. Clear left. Car right. Clear on your right.
There's an incident in Les Combes. It looks like it's Sonare. The gap to Sonare behind is now 17 seconds. Well done, Rob. This is terrific. Exactly what we came here for. P2, your lap times are pretty consistent. Looks like P1 has gone off in Radion. P2. The gap to Sonare behind is now 16 seconds. Looks like the leader has gone off in Puon. White flag. There's a white flag. The lead car's pitting. You're in the lead. Keep doing what you're doing. This is spot on. 20 minutes remaining. You've got 20 minutes left. The gap to Sonare behind is now 15 seconds. Gap to Sonare behind is now 13 seconds. Okay, Rob, 15 minutes left. That's 15 minutes. You're leading. Incident in campus. It looks like Hildebrand. White flag, mate. There's an incident in Stavlo. We think it might be Hildebrand. White flag. The gap to Sonare behind is increasing. It's now 13 seconds. Alright, Rob. 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left. The gap to Sonare behind is now 11 seconds. Come on, Rob. Just 5 minutes left. Hold your nerve. We can win this. The gap to Sonare behind is now 13 seconds. That last lap was a 2:23.10. Okay, Rob, that's good consistency. Keep it up. Just 2 minutes left, 2 minutes to go. You've got 10 minutes of fuel remaining. One more lap. Keep it together. We'll win this. That lap time was 2:23.22. Incident in La Source. It looks like it's Sonarain.
to George G. Max in the pros.
Okay.
And go say how's it.
Interview Pro-Am. So I'm going to go and join George. George, are you there, my man?
I'm here.
And there you are. Are you going to be interviewing some people, or are you all done and dusted?
No, I'm wrapping up.
Oh, okay. I will